right, I think we're live. Wow, we already got 17 people waiting on me. I apologize, guys. My roommate's dog that I'm kind of watching. My roommate will be back here in a couple hours, but he was roommate's dog was just like yakking or just something weird was going on. So I took her outside, plus to go to the bathroom. So I'm all squared away now. Cool. So that is set up. All right. I don't know if I can play this. Let's get going. Also need to adjust the levels and stuff. I hear music. I'm so sorry if this is loud, but I don't know why I can't hear the song. I'm not hearing anything. Can you check C3PO? Hi, Graph? Yeah, give me a sec. What is going on? I cannot hear. Give me a sec, guys. Oh, I know what's up. All right, I think I found out. That's not right. A lot of setting up for the streaming thing. It's fun. All right. Let's go. Nice. I really need to find some better copyrighted music stuff to play because my stuff is getting copyright struck occasionally. I love this music, but I need to find something that's better so I don't always have to go back and like edit the copyright rules or whatever I need to do. So Beyond the Fan, hi, what's up? Thanks for being patient, guys. Can you check C3PO? You need a sound controller. Plus other people join. I know, but I really need to. It's hardware costs money at the end of the day, and oh my gosh. Also, like the this my arm for my microphone's like falling apart too. I have to like readjust it sometimes. Okay, I guess that's good enough. Cool. All right, let's switch that off. Turn that down here. Refresh that. All right, I think we're situated. Thank you. We could hear the music. It was a bit loud. Yeah, I had to change it. You're good? Thanks, Richard. Yeah, we might have some guests jump on here in a bit. A few other content creators I've been talking with pretty closely, and some of them might want to join if they want. So not entirely sure. I actually need to probably hit them up on Twitter. Let's see. Okay, just started. I just let them know that if they're ready, they can jump on if they want. Try Steamboats. All the other stuff is CC free. Stream Beats. I was like Steamboats. Stream Beats made for streaming. Okay, cool. Thanks, Beyond the Fan. I appreciate it. I think I used to have that. There was a music thing that I used to use back in the day when I used to stream other stuff, but I didn't remember what it was. You fall asleep? No, I didn't. I mean, with that AMA, maybe. Yeah, dude, there was. I mean, we got some questions answered, but that was kind of a dull AMA. I mean, a lot of the stuff we already knew that was going to happen, and yeah, like not much happened there. Basically said, I mean, I took some like very small notes on it. Basically, we got the bot account restriction thing, like article. We got the 1.9 million active users per month, which is cool. We had 4,000 listeners, which I think is like 1.5x of what we usually get. And I'm trying to think of what else. MTL before OMI to NFT, but I think a lot of people knew that. And then that's pretty much it. Not a lot like big information, not a lot of like, oh my God, or whatever, you know. And you're always going to get those people that ask like literally customer service level questions, or, you know, people that basically apologize before they ask a question. Like, you're going to get those kind of people. But AK Bash, when do you think the Veve market will dip again? We might see a tiny one, because like, I don't know. I had a couple of people ask me, even like during the AMA, like, hey, do you think this is going to cause a dip? Or like, are people going to FOMO into those new, is it Pilly? The Pilly drop on Sunday? Just because David, you said that they're popular overseas. Maybe, maybe not, but like still literally zero word about localization or anything like that. So I'm not holding my breath. Some people might FOMO into it, but at the same time, you know, some people could get into it, but I'm not really big on it. I could be wrong, but you know, maybe I'll FOMO into one, or maybe if I win a couple of the higher tier ones on drop, maybe I'll hold them for a while, but like, I'm not going to spend money on them personally. C3PO. So I don't know what you want me to do, Mason. Cool. We're gonna just wing it. We're gonna try this. Let me start the... Is this a voice call? Cool. Let me turn this down. Might have to turn up Discord. Give me a sec here. Sounds like we have both you guys on here. Are you guys able to turn on your cameras in this mode or not?
I can, but I wasn't going to connect via camera.
That's fine. Yeah, if you don't want to, that's fine. I was gonna say, like, it's dealer's choice whether you want to do it or not.
Like most of the time I would. I'm just leaving work, so I'll be moving a lot.
No worries.
Driving.
Yeah, that's probably the safe thing to do. So let me get situated here. So we got two people here. We got My Collectibles, as well as, it's not Crypto Chris, right? Wasn't your YouTube channel used to be called Crypto Chris back in the day?
Yeah, it was Crypto Chris, but I noticed that there was an NFT creator that had like a lot of subs. His name was also Crypto Chris, so I thought it would be more original, and I just stuck with my actual name. So you can just call me Chris V.
Gotcha.
It's a long last name.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while to set this up.
Yeah, it's great.
Cool. So what'd you guys?
My Collectibles comics in the background.
Nice. What'd you guys think about the AMA? Like, anything that like stuck out to you, or was it kind of just the general like, all right, this is stuff we kind of already know? Any of you guys can speak up about it. I think your mic might be muted.
Yeah, My Collectibles, I can't hear you.
There we go. I can hear you now. You're still muted now.
I can answer. I thought it was pretty good. I thought they did a good job addressing the bots and the falsely banned accounts. And I thought, I don't know if you saw, but I tweeted afterwards, Adam, basically just saying like, hey, I think everybody's sleeping on the Master Collector program, because I've always been kind of bullish on it. Because every AMA they bring it up, and ecomi sent the little eyes like to that tweet. And
okay.
Like, so that's a confirmation. That's the Master Collector program. Like, people just don't care about it, but they should for the future. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was overall good. I mean, for the purpose that it was there.
Nice. Yeah, I agree. I think there were still some like really good topics that were kind of just like not brought up. Like, honestly, me personally, one I would have liked to get brought up, and it kind of, not necessarily calling them out, but just like see if they were even aware of it, of like the market issue that happened 2 days ago, right? Like, there was listings going up on the market, and the listings weren't going away. Like, did you guys hear? You guys heard about that, right? Like, people were buying listings and they weren't getting removed off the market, sometimes for 15, 20 minutes, sometimes even hours. And there was no mention it from Veve, no like shutting down the market, like, hey, there's issues, because basically people were just incessantly undercutting each other, and like listings weren't getting removed. So buyers knew what was happening, but sellers didn't. So you guys heard about that, right? Or were you guys aware of that a couple days ago?
Yeah, sorry. I was gonna give Mike Collectibles a chance to speak, but I think he's still working out his mic issues. But yeah, I
no
was
worries.
live that night. I was trying to do some flips on live, and I noticed that they were having that issue, which was really irritating because if you're trying to do flips, you want to see what the floors are doing, and you really just I think you just disconnected. But yeah, you really just couldn't tell the authenticity of the floors at the time because the listings wouldn't go away.
Gotcha. So, yeah, I got here. Brandy Babe, did you notice that when asked if we actually own our NFTs, Dave deflected and did not answer? Yes, I mean, honestly, Dave did a lot of deflecting. Like, there is some information I don't think they want to, not about that topic specifically, but just in general, like, oh, when exactly is MTL coming out and when exactly is this happening? How do you guys detect bots? Like, I don't think Veve or David is ever going to release, like, this is exactly how we detect bots because people are just going to play around that, right? Or, hey, if we notice that there's this many gems being transferred in a day on an account, we're going to flag it. Like, people are just going to play around that. But it says when it came to like actually owning the NFTs, yeah, that's kind of an interesting thought. It's kind of a sensitive idea because like they did mention before that if you're pretty much, if they pretty much verified that you're a bot and you're using malicious software or whatever it is, that there's a chance that they could take away your NFT, refund you the gems that you spent to purchase it, and then put it up for raffle. At least that's what I remember them saying. And thanks for the $2, VVN3. Wish you were here, but I know you're busy making some your next videos coming up, so I appreciate that. So what do you guys think about that? Any thoughts about anything about like actually owning our NFTs, or maybe things that you wish like David you actually answered questions on during the AMA? And I think you're live now, My Collectibles. It'll probably be easier if you mute the stream and just listen to the Discord because there's a bit of a delay. Maybe.
I'm waiting for My Collectibles to respond because I don't want to monopolize, but no worries. That they're still having mic issues.
Yeah, that's fine. What do you think?
I think that was a little interesting, but at the same time, maybe Dan wouldn't have been the best person to answer that on a live AMA in front of 3,500 people. Because like if he would have said the wrong thing, even if it was like taken out of context or whatever, people can easily run with that. You'll see YouTube titles, Dan said that we don't own our NFTs, whatever. So I feel like that's just not the best setting to try to break down a question like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of why they have to dance around some of the questions, because I'm sure these questions can be answered, but again, live in front of 4,000 people is probably not the ideal time. And he might not have even been the ideal person to answer it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Looks like we're still getting.
I also thought the MTL was kind of a bright response. They basically said that they were expanding the users that are going to have MTL next week. So if that looks anything like it did back in, what was it, March? It was either February or March when the market was closed down. They ended up like reopening the market to like in layers, just like they're doing with MTL. But it went from like a select few, so only like a couple hundred people, to like, I don't know exactly how much it was, but to a much larger audience. And I'm thinking they're doing the same for MTL. So, I mean, again, their words, not mine, but like if it's going to expand next week, I'm wondering if that means it even include like some people that we might know from Twitter or YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. So let me see here. Can you hear us, Collectibles? Are you able to talk? Hopefully he can hear us. Not sure if he's still having issues. We're working through this as we go along. So in the meantime, I'm actually going to pull up. I just went on your YouTube channel and just like pulled up a picture of your YouTube like logo and all that stuff in the meantime. So at least people know what you look like, or at least like what your channel looks like in the meantime. So I'll just put that like in the top right. And while I can hear, oh, there he is. I can hear you. We can hear him. Well, in the meantime, I'm gonna field some questions from chat. Sound like the comic to showroom is nearish? Yeah. Sound like it's the whole hashtag soon meme, right?
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Can you hear us, or at least me? Yes.
Cool. The only problem is I can't hear you guys.
That's an issue. That's an issue. That's strange. You might have to do it. Yeah, you're gonna have to get that figured out before we can continue with this. But in the meantime, did anyone else notice? Okay, that was the question that was already answered. I didn't quite understand, but maybe you can help clarify. But did they say new users won't be able to access the market until 48 hours? I don't remember them saying that. Did they say something like that?
I don't think that's new. I think that was in place for a while, but I also don't understand how that makes sense with bots. But yeah, I saw I Hate Society. He's pretty, I guess, bigger on Twitter. He tweeted about it, and I saw people talking about that. That's not a new thing.
That they can't access, which makes sense. Access the market within 48 hours or something like that, or at least until they fulfill some sort of levels of interaction or something.
That's pretty fair to me.
Yeah. Let's see. Comic book room sounded nearish. Did they mention anything about changing the drops lottery? Yeah, they said, of course, they're going to be switching to Q system at some point. They didn't really give a timeline. Did they say anything about like end of Q1 or end of Q2 or anything like that for the Q system, or not really? I don't remember them mentioning it specifically. Honestly, I took some notes. I was doing some other stuff like during the AMA.
I have notes, but I'm also like cleaning up right now, so I'm not able to look at them. But they didn't mention a timeline, which was a little upsetting. But at the same time, the main point of this AMA, I guess like it just because it kind of landed here was to address like the bot issue and to address the people getting falsely banned. So I mean, they did what they could do in the time allotted. I feel like, but no, it wasn't addressed. I kind of wish it was. I'm hoping that it's not like late Q2, but I mean, I guess we're really just gonna have to see.
Let's see here. TL Umar asks, do you think Jason Fabuk right now is a good pickup for 400 gems? I remember telling people like this was a good pickup when this was like closer to 500 gems. It seems like this gem squeeze is just like continuing, at least for certain IPs, right? Like all the Disney stuff is going up, like Golden Moments, the cards have been skyrocketing. Spider-Man's been going down. The black and white series has been going down. Do you have any thoughts on that, like the black and white series? And that's one thing. I actually started watching your content over the last like month or so, Chris, and you do a lot of market stuff too, but you do it like a different kind of market thing, at least compared to what I do. But do you tend to watch the black and white series Batman's like pretty closely?
Yeah, I watch a lot of the black and white series pretty closely, and yeah, I just kind of do I swing trade a lot, and then I do plan for Master Collector, so I just hold on long term to things I like. But yeah, I mean, exactly what you said. The black and white's kind of having a downtrend right now. We saw Jim Lee Joker. I sold a Jim Lee Joker at like 2K, not even maybe a week ago, and now the floor price is like 1.2, 1.3. Obviously, even Todd had a little bit of a pullback, but I mean, nothing I'd be really too worried about. Harley Quinn, I watch a lot. I think she dropped down to the 700s, which was pretty surprising. Because I mean, she was like had a strong 900 wall for a 900 floor for the longest time, and kind of wouldn't break that. But you know, she kind of went just straight from. Actually, I think she actually popped up around like to 1K or 1.1K, and we're just now seeing her back in the 700s for the first time in a while.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like a lot. I think do you think Black and White series is mostly getting hit because they're just a victim to the 2.5% fee mostly? Just like they're pretty easy to flip, and I think some people might prefer Marvel and Disney over DC, or what do you think is like the main culprit of this?
Yeah, I think they're really easy to flip in and out of because of the 2.5% fees. I mean, I do it personally all the time, but also I think a lot of those season ones are stacked up by like certain people. So you'll see a less amount of holders with season one collectibles as opposed to these newer collectibles because people that were early were able to stack so many of these for cheap. So they can kind of unload them whenever they want. So, you know, for instance, when we have things like the lenticular cards, which if you know me, you'll know that I'm pretty bullish on, you know, and they want to stack these cards. It's like, well, I got, you know, 40 Gem Lees. I guess I can I guess I can drop a few. And you don't really see sell walls as much, I noticed, but I still think a lot of the times we see the prices drops. I think, you know, there's only a set amount of holders for all of these, and they're just able to kind of unload them as they wish.
Agreed. You can hear us now, right? My Collectibles? It sounds like a no. Unfortunately, I thought at one point he said he could hear us, but maybe not. Yeah, we'll keep moving on. Let's see what else is in the chat. I just bought an FA Robin 76. What are your thoughts on the buy? Let me take a quick look. So I noticed like Robin and the Darwin Cook Batman are pretty much always like in step with each other price wise. Like even their all-time highs are pretty high up there. But I know you use a different like market chart, right? You use cherry charts instead of ecomi wiki, right? Is that what you use?
I use both. I rotate on and off.
Okay, gotcha. Is there something that you like cherry charts more than ecomi wiki, or vice versa? Like, is there a reason why you tend to use one over the other for like certain information?
Honestly, not really. I like, and I don't really like comparing them because I like Omi the Clown a lot, and I like Brendan or cherry charts a lot, like as like individuals. So like I don't like comparing them as in like this one's better than this one in this field. I will say I like the multi-chart on cherry charts because it allows me to I'm not able to look at what you're doing right now very well, but it allows me to see the charts on multiple collectibles and compare them to each other. So for instance, we're talking about the season 1 black and white going down. I can kind of pull up some season 1 black and white collectibles, and then I can pull up another collectible and say that this is going up. And then I can kind of make and we've talked about this before, but then I'm kind of able to make the decision, okay, where's the trajectory going and why? And is right now a good time to buy black and white because all the other charts are going up. Yep. So I kind of like that multi-chart feature. He also has like a master collector maximizer chart that's pretty helpful. But, you know, and then you're using ecomi wiki. So very obvious reasons of being able to put your vault on there. Being able to see the API access is really big. You know, the recent sales, that's huge for me. That's like one of the biggest parts of ecomi wiki. Yeah, so I mean, I just use both for different reasons. Yeah, and I don't think it's, you know, if you have some things of criticism or one, you know, things that you like on one platform over the other, I don't think Omi the Clown would take it the wrong way, obviously. But at the same time, I watched you use cherry charts a couple times, and I really like that customization feature where you can kind of overlay different NFTs at the same time, see their price action, you know, what's happening here. In my personal opinion, I kind of have a small theory that, not even a theory, but what I think what's happening in the market is, and I see it in my chat all the time, people are like, should I sell my Spider-Man? Should I sell my black and white disc? Should I sell this for the lenticular cards? Right? It seems like a lot of people are selling those off into the lenticular cards or even some of the golden moments. Because I think what's going to happen right now is basically the cards are already pumping. The golden moments are probably going to follow shortly after, and then now that Superman and black and white are super low because people have been selling those off, people are going to then buy those up. So I feel like the trend is going to go Disney, then Spider-Man, then black and white. You know, as in conforms of like them recovering from this dip, and then it'll kind of shake out from there. What are your thoughts on that? Or do you think it's going like the market's going to shake out in a different way over like the next week? I know I kind of threw a lot at you, but yeah, sure. No, I mean, I definitely agree. And I think with no like significant drops, I mean, you can argue that like the Asia market's coming, so some of these drops could be significant. You know, following those trends would probably be the best way to like determine where the value is at. And I'm sorry, I am like I said, I'm packing up at work right now. So
no worries.
I'm kind of having the multitask.
Yeah. I know I'm like throwing a bunch of questions at you right now, and my collectibles is kind of figuring things out. But someone asked earlier a question if they were going to sell like 2 lenticular cards for something else. I'm trying to think. Thinking about selling my Mickey and Daisy lenticular card to move into Wally. What do you think? It's too early to make this move, if at all. Personally, I think so. Like, I would just let the cards ride. Like, there's like a couple times where I'll pull it up right now where there's some people taking profits, but like the Disney cards are just like blowing right through them. I would just say you just let it ride on lenticular cards. A little bit of pullback actually with like Minnie and Daisy, but even then it's going to be pretty short-lived on some of these cards. Like it's just a natural pullback on the market. I would still put my money on, what was it? You said Mickey and Daisy to lenticular cards over Wally. I think a day will come when we'll see the golden moments pump like 20 or 30%, just like across the board. Like they're all going to go up. It's not going to be, overnight, but it could be over the course of, 3-4 days, maybe a week. Because I do think people have not had their eyes on the golden moments for quite some time, other than the Star Wars. And I think it's only a matter of time before like Iron Man and Elsa pull like an R2-D2 where they just do like a 2.5x. Because I do think those two, the princess and the FA Iron Man, like they just been slept on for so long. Like those are very big characters and like their respective IPs. So
I have a question for you, Veve Bob.
Sure.
A juicy one.
Let me see.
Do you think that Donald is going to flip Pluto?
Donald gonna flip Pluto? I don't think so. I just don't see the Pluto holders like letting that happen for some reason, or people that want to purchase Pluto. And even if they do get close to each other, once the prices are even, I think people are gonna favor Pluto. Like even if they were 100 gems apart, which they were almost at one point. Like Donald Duck, I think was like at 11.99, so basically 1,200, and Pluto was at like 13.50, and it's like, well, should I just spend the extra 150 gems and get a Pluto? I think most people would, basically due to the rarity, the lower mint, possibly some few other factors. But VV3 gave some like really good insight about Donald Duck yesterday that I didn't know, or I had some like loose information on. That Donald Duck is actually like a really big influence in just kind of like the Disney community and medium and stuff. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Donald Duck has pumped as high as he did. I said from day one that. I'm like, if you're gonna stack something, like personally, I would stack Donald's or Mickey's, like from the beginning, because both of them are gonna be very popular and do very well. You can't go wrong with Minnie or Daisy either. But I knew just from your average Disney viewer or whatever it is, like more people are familiar with like Mickey and Donald Duck for the most part. But Donald gonna flip Pluto? Probably not. And if it does happen, it's like gonna be very short lived, personally. Do we gotcha collectibles? Maybe not. And then we got Andrew Ellis in the house.
Yeah, I'm here. Can
okay.
You guys hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear us? Or at least me?
Okay, good.
Okay, awesome. maybe it's the camera that was like messing it up or something. I don't know. That's
I have no idea. What's going on. And sorry about that, guys, but I'm here.
No, that's fine. I'll just go to your YouTube profile. I'll pull up like your thing, just like I did with Chris, and so people at least know who we're talking about. But we got Andrew Ellis. But we got Andrew Ellis in the house saying, "Oh crap, I didn't realize Chris and everyone else is in here." People giving shout outs and stuff, so that's awesome. Sheesh, what a week. So what are your thoughts? I know you were kind of dealing with some technical difficulties, but do you have any thoughts on the AMA? Or did you have an opportunity to listen to the AMA collectibles?
No, I didn't listen to it, but I was actually reading through, that document that they put out, the whole big thing with moving forward and all that, and the bots and everything, and bots and account restrictions, what you need to know. I really went through that because of that video that I made a little while ago about bots and everything, and my little, strategy against them, which isn't really anything to do with, stopping them or anything. It's just how I'm trying to deal with it, right? Like everybody else. But it was pretty interesting, going through that whole thing. It's good that they finally, put out like some good info about it. Like they're actually looking at it, kind of just some communication with us. And I think that's really great. I'm pretty positive about it, I think it's just a matter of time before, they iron out some of these things. You're never going to stop the whole thing. But I thought it was really interesting how they actually showed in this document here, that they're going to be going to the waiting room system. They actually called it that waiting room drop model, which I think was interesting. And, how we'll have to like queue into that. And then, that'll eliminate hopefully some of the frustration about like losing to bots necessarily, we may not get more drops, but I think some of the frustration that I've been hearing from people is that, they're there, they got the timing down, they're doing everything they should be doing. And, and then you see these videos with like 10 phones going off, right? And they're all getting the stuff that we want, right? So maybe this waiting room model is going to help us like, deal with it a bit better. At least if you don't get it, then that maybe, it's just now literally random luck. And also the master collector stuff. We'll see how that develops, right? They didn't really go into detail in that little section. it'll just help you get, more chances. But we'll see how it goes. So I got that from that. I thought that was pretty cool. The false positive stuff, I thought that was really interesting because, I've had people message me even recently, even just like yesterday, somebody commented on one of my videos about how they had their account like flagged or whatever, or closed or something like that. I don't know if they used the exact word closed or anything, but they just had it like restricted, I guess. And, they were like kind of concerned. So I was like, oh no, hopefully everything's okay. Like, I don't know what they're doing. Right. So I don't know if they were justified or not, but they seemed to think that they weren't. So, but then they actually said they submitted a ticket, and it was within 1 day they actually got their account back open. So I've heard horror stories about people being shut down for 2 months or 2 weeks or whatever. But that person seemed to get it pretty quick. So maybe they're really like, jumping on top of this because, the worst thing could be is you're just doing your thing on your, you're on your phone, you're like trying to get that drop, you're pounding away. And then all of a sudden, like, I don't know, your account gets restricted. You can't have access to your stuff. I mean, that would be horrible, right? For me, I mean, it says in the thing, it kind of goes through there a bit. If you guys read it, I'm not sure if you have a link to it or not, but it's, the bots and account restrictions, what you need to know document. It's on Medium. That's where I was looking at this particular thing, and it was put out today on the 4th. But anyway, for them to be able to like, deal with this situation, I think is at least address it. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
I think that's the main thing. It gives us something to like look forward to, hopefully.
Yeah, just some sort of closure. And I think that's what a lot of users right now want on Veve, just in general, is closure. Like, what is happening with bots? What happens to people that get their accounts restricted? What about the drops that, like, I'm not winning these drops? And like, I think that's the main thing with the current drop system, is that there's no closure. It's like, damn, I didn't get the drop. Like, was it because my phone is too slow? Was it my internet, the Wi-Fi? Did I physically tap the thing too slow? Like, there's no closure as to like, there's no clear path as to like, how can I improve my chances of winning? It's like, you try everything. That's like me. Like, I've been on Veve for a little over 3 months now. I started when Golden Moments dropped, and I've never gotten a rebound. Like, I've watched all the videos on like every rebound technique, like metronome technique, time gate, all kinds of things. And like, none of it's ever worked. So it's like, gosh, like, where can I get some closure as to like, what can I do to get better? Because I've tried everything and it hasn't worked. And the queue system will obviously alleviate all of that, but it also just makes it just pure luck. There, it's not, there's no, I guess, quote unquote, skill involved. It's all luck based. For the most part.
I haven't had a rebound since like Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said since Monday?
Yeah.
Since Monday. What about before Monday? Like, how often do you get rebounds? Do you tend to get them pretty frequently?
Not in the last few weeks, maybe in the last like month or two. But yeah, I probably hit like almost an equal amount of rebounds as drops.
Wow, that's.
Like, I mean, maybe not that.
Is it
that extreme, but
yeah. Is it mostly comics or collectibles when you get rebounds?
Mostly comics, but it was a lot more in a time where it wasn't like 4-minute intervals, and you could just kind of keep on mashing and hope that you get queued in. Like, I used to get those comic drops almost more on the rebound than actually on the drop.
Wow. No, I've never. I'll be honest. Like, I play every single drop, but honestly, if I don't win on drop, I might play the 4-minute rebound. If I don't get it, then I just stop. Probably because I'm just salty that I haven't gotten a rebound like ever. And Monday was actually 8 minutes, which is crazy. That was my first ever 8-minute rebound. Yeah, some people have gotten. I've heard some people get like 16, even like 20-minute rebounds, but it's probably on those like 60,000 mint comic runs that earlier in the day. I don't think you can get something as late as like 16-minute rebounds anymore, but I could be wrong. I know some people got them at least in the past. I'm just replying to someone.
Funny. My first rebound was actually on live stream when I live streamed the DeLorean drop back in March.
Nice.
A lot of people got rebounds on that drop because not a lot of people actually hit on the initial drop, and there was a tremendous amount of bugs on the app. But I actually got that rebound on live, and that was forever ago.
Let me see. So I got a quick question from Will the Trill. Hey, should I sell Jake the dog? I've had it for a while now, and it's only really gone down. If you think I should sell, what should I buy instead? Honestly, like I know everyone has their different takes on different things. Like, I really think like a lot of the season 1 NFTs that aren't getting a lot of love, like the Powerpuff Girls, the Adventure Time, sometimes the DeLoreans, Ecto 1, or like the Ghostbusters and stuff. I think we have to wait for those like those are great NFTs, but I think we kind of have to wait for those like basically DC, Marvel, and Disney to like price themselves out. I think that's when like these will really shine because they are season 1 collectibles. Because honestly, anytime a gem squeeze happens, those same ones get sold all the time. And I'm in that boat too. Like if I had a Finn Mertens and an uncommon Deadpool right next to each other, like I'm probably going to sell Finn Mertens first. Like I know Deadpool's going to go places. And it feels like anytime I get something that's like independent artist related, or like I said, Adventure Time, you're pretty much just playing gem squeezes at that point. Like there is some margin trading to be had, but in my opinion, I feel like you're just playing gem squeezes and you just kind of hope you get rid of it before the next big announcement and you basically buy at the bottom. But at least in terms of selling it, it's pretty low at this point. Listings are almost at an all-time high. Even if you do flip it, I can't see much that you can kind of get in exchange for it. Like at like the 120 mark, like if you sold it, you'd probably get like 125 gems. I don't know. In my personal opinion, I'll just hodl it. This thing is very volatile, but once it goes up, you have to like be prepared to sell it. In my opinion, that's my take on it. Have you guys any experience with? Have any of you guys had experience with like collecting Adventure Time or kind of any like the season 1 collectibles that aren't DC or Marvel or Disney?
Well, I haven't really gone too far into those categories myself. You know, I kind of stick with the stuff that you know, I'm pretty familiar with. You know, like so. You know, I stick with the superheroes, you know, and all this stuff. And the reason I do that for now is because the app is so new, right? And for me, it's just me personally. But because the app is so new, we're still getting all these new users joining all the time. We don't, in my opinion, have like some of those audiences that we're gonna get. So, you know, like the Adventure Time stuff, I mean, I think it's really cool. I think it looks fantastic, right? I just don't have any reason for me to buy it at this moment necessarily, because I haven't heard if they're going to be doing more, or if there's like a, you know, I haven't heard if there's going to be like an actual audience in there for that totally yet. This is just me, right? So I focus more on, you know, the more famous superheroes and stuff, the stuff that moves right now. But long term, for sure, like I was saying this earlier about, you know, like even just comic books, right? Like just any comic book in general. We have like 1% maybe of all the comic book collectors that we have out there in the world that are actually in the app. I mean, I'm just throwing a number out there, right? But we have such a little amount of the actual people who collect. So even with like the Adventure Time stuff or other stuff, you know, that audience may not even know like very much that we can even get this stuff on Veve yet, right? So the more people that come, you know, all it takes is one tweet or one person or like one video that really focuses on it, and then suddenly people will start to notice it, right? Like a few weeks back, you know, nobody was really talking about what's his face from Japan there. Oh my God, I'm forgetting his, you know, help me out. I'm forgetting his name, the superhero from Japan that we had.
Oh, Ultraman.
Ultraman, right? Yeah. So no, like how many people were talking about him like at the beginning of January, right? I mean, not that many people. I think he was one of those ones that was sort of sitting in the background. And then a few people like started to notice a bit because, you know, we started to realize the significance of him, right? And so now he's got the attention, but it's still just a fraction of probably what's going to happen in the future, right? So, you know, if you're buying those ones up, I mean, it's great, like those ones that people aren't talking about. Adventure Time is a known show, known brand. It's not like it's like, you know, a random artist that maybe people don't know about. There actually is a following for that show. So it's nothing wrong with having them, right? I just have with my personal gem situations that I'm focusing on, like those like superhero characters and things like that I'm really familiar with, right? But yeah, I mean, it'd probably be smart to stack, you know, 20 of them. I mean, who knows, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's like I said to everyone, like if you invest in, honestly, you can buy anything on Veve today, 6 months to a year later. I would say 99 times out of 100, it'll be higher than what it was when you bought it. Like it's so like if you just buy something and hodl long enough, like it's almost impossible to, you know, to lose money or lose gems or whatever on Veve at this point. But there was. I've been buying. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, what's that? Sorry.
I was going to go to the next question.
Just answer the question. I've been buying and selling Adventure Time since March as well. So what you said about the gem squeezes is very true, but also the opposite happens. So like they're the first to get dumped during the gem squeeze, but also when they push, they like really push. And again, I'm not able to view your stream right now, but you can go look at the charts right now. especially on Jake. And I think that's because Jake has pump groups, which I'm not in. But Finn is, has similar pumps as well. And I mean, they literally, like, I have watched them 2x overnight, wake up and I've sold the pump and then rebought, sold the pump and rebought. So like, if you're not just planning on holding for the long term, it's also a good idea to take advantage of those pumps, specifically with Jake, because I do think there's pump groups for Jake. I've seen them before. Again, I'm not involved with any of them, but when my Jake went from like 50 gems to like 220 overnight, like, best believe I sold, and I could always, I could always rebuy later. I've also noticed with the secret rares or the ultra rares, not secret rares, there's not a huge price fluctuation. I think and you can see this on the charts again. I'm not in front of a computer right now.
Yeah.
But the Marceline and the Lady Rainicorn, I think they go from like lows of like 900 right now, maybe even as low as like barely like 800, late 700s. And like as high as like 1.5K, but you never see them really, really take off and never come back.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why typically, and most of the people that join my stream, not all of them, but I assume a good portion of them, are people newer to Veve, and they say, hey, I put in 300 gems into this account, or hey, I won this drop. If I sold it, what should I invest in? They're pretty new, they're not sure. And I typically tell them, as a safer investment, if you stick with DC, Marvel, like Disney, like, those things do pump, and yeah, they do get, they are vulnerable to dips just like everything else, but usually the dip isn't as deep as some of the other ones, or they just recover better after the dip pretty quickly, but when you're, in my personal opinion, I think doing something like Adventure Time or some of the like independent artists investments there, you have to kind of know what you're doing and play those pumps, because like you said, one morning Finn just pumps to the moon, and then literally 2 hours later it's back down 75%. You just have to be ready when those pumps happen, or at least maybe list your listing already on the market, something along those lines. But yeah, like, I'm looking at Lady Rainicorn right now. It's all pumped all the way up to 1100, and then looks like legitimately a day or two later it went down to 760. Like it loses a ton of its value in a short amount of time, pretty quickly. And it's kind of hard to tell, at least when it comes to like ecomi wiki. It's hard to tell if something is an actual sale or if it's just a delisting, right? It's unlikely there's just someone there with 40 Lady Rainicorns and just delisted all their listings, but
it shows sales, doesn't it?
I think it shows the
yellow bars. Are those not sales?
It says that's like the most, I don't know if it's like the most recent sale or it shows like the highest sale during that time, but I don't think it shows like total sales, but I could be wrong.
No, not total sales, but I'm pretty sure the yellow bars indicate previous sold.
Yeah, that there
like,
is a sale.
not listed, but like actually sold, because he has access to the API. That a lot of people don't have.
Yeah, I would love to know if there was like, if there's a way to see how many sales actually happen, like hour to hour or like over the course of 24 hours, just to see which NFTs are like really, really active and like the ones that you could flip a bit easier than others, right? But really quick, there was a question that someone had asking about Invisible Woman Ultra Rare. As of right now, I'm not a huge fan of like Invisible Woman. Across the board, from common all the way up to secret rare, it's done nothing but basically the price has done nothing but trend down and to the right. Listings have trended up and to the right, so a lot of people are just trying to take profits across the board and invest into something else. I do think she'll rebound one day, and honestly, she did come in at a difficult time. She was kind of like the first significant-ish like announcement during like January, because like we had those like 3 weeks of just nothing happening after 12 days of Veve. So she appeared and everyone's excited, bought her. Then they're just like, all right, well, there's something else bigger that has to be happening around the corner, so I'm just gonna sell it or get rid of it. And what's happening right now is, she's not doing great right now. If you own her, I would probably get rid of her sooner rather than later. But I don't think like hodling her is a bad decision at all. At least like that's my take on it. But me personally, like I do think there's other NFTs. Like I'd rather have a Zombie Hunter Spider-Man common than an ultra rare Invisible Woman, because I know Zombie Hunter can go back up to like 450 given enough time. Invisible Woman, I'm not entirely sure. That's just me personally. So Kobe Collect says, do I hear Chris? Yes, you do. He is here. We got Crypto Chris, as well as, or not Crypto Chris, sorry, I keep calling you that because that's like right, like when I used to watch you, that's what was your name back in the day. And then we also have My Collectibles here with us as well. So I appreciate you guys stopping by.
Yeah, I had thought about an Invisible Woman and everything, and you know, it's really interesting what Veve does, right? So, you know, even with these girls that are coming out on you know, like Saturday, right? So they're like these amazing looking figures, and you know, we have like Invisible Woman who looks all fantastic, and then we have our first appearance is like that little you know, that little Marvel Mighty,
yeah.
you know, and it's kind of funny, right? Because I was you know, I was talking to somebody about this, and like, say you take Wonder Woman, for example, right? And I like Wonder Woman. I mean, I've been, you know, talking about her a lot, and mostly because of the significance of the NFT, right? But if she was like the Wonder Woman that's coming out like on Saturday, right? I mean, think about like how amazing that would be for a first appearance, right? So it's kind of interesting how what Veve's been doing. Like they released the first appearances before, and then they come out with these really great figures, you know, like that the, you know, Invisible Woman, she looks pretty cool. She's got the great animation, but she's not an FA, right? So it's really interesting, right? So then people like they go into it because of the uniqueness of the figure, but then because she's not an FA, you know, she kind of falls off a bit, right? Like, so it's really kind of for me, like, I mean, I love Veve and everything, but it's a little bit confusing about like sometimes when they do that, you know, are they going to come out with like a mighty, a Marvel Mighty Incredible Hulk? And everyone's going to go like, yeah. And then, you know, 2 months later, they're going to come out with like a premium figure of him that's animated, and it's not a first appearance. You know, maybe that's their way of selling the Marvel Mighties. You know, I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm super high on the Marvel Mighties. I love them. I think they're really cute and everything, and really cool. But I mean, to be honest, I mean, I'd rather have that like premium format looking figure as a first appearance. You know, like how Superman looks, or you know how Deadpool looks, right? Just my opinion about that, but it's really interesting what they do, and I wonder if they're going to continue to do that. You know?
Yeah. Do you think it's do you think that's planned? Like, honestly, I think it's one of two things, and I think one's probably a bit more pessimistic than the other. I think. Do you think this is planned that that Veve / Marvel, Disney, whatever, is intentionally putting a lot of the FAs into Marvel Mighties? Like, is there some sort of plan that they're doing it? Maybe it's not always just gamification, but maybe they are trying to push Marvel Mighties a certain way, maybe to push the physical collectible side potentially. Or is it just easier to render and animate and all those things Marvel Mighties versus like the full-on 3D versions of Wonder Woman, right? Like, let's just get the Marvel Mighty version out first because that's easiest to get done and just get it on schedule first. And then we'll do the more detailed one later down the road when we have more time. Which one? So that's the more pessimistic view. So, like,
I know Captain America,
or a third option. What do you guys think?
I know Captain America wasn't planned at all because they. I don't know if you remember this, but when they gave the Marvel Mighty, and I am driving now, so if I get distracted,
no worries.
They gave the Marvel Mighty, the FA, and then they went to go release the 3D, you know, like the nice one, the animated one, or whatever. Like a week or two afterwards, they accidentally originally put the FA tag on it. And everybody's like, whoa! We already have the first appearance of, you know, of Captain America now, and so they ended up taking it off. So I know that one like absolutely was an accident, but that's a great question, like whether it's accidental or purpose, because it does kind of, you know, to me it does kind of take away a little bit. Like personally, yes, I'd rather the premium format, but you know that FA tag does kind of matter at the end of the day. I think it's going to matter less with bigger figures like Captain America. Obviously, the Marvel Mighty Captain America is nowhere near the secret rare the premium format Captain America. But with people or with collectibles like Invisible Woman, I know she's big, like bigger probably than I imagine. I'm not like personally, I don't know a whole lot about Invisible Woman, but for me, as somebody who's not like a fan and doesn't know a lot, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I have her Marvel Mighty first appearance. I don't really need the premium digital format, nor do I like see like tremendous upside to it with it not being the first appearance on blockchain. Because like I do think sometimes people overemphasize the tags, like for the lenticular moments, like because some of them weren't FAs, people are like, oh well, this isn't the first, it doesn't have a tag, you know, therefore like I'm not gonna buy it. But at the same time, like we really just have to focus objectively on like, is this the first time that we'll ever see this character appear on the blockchain? and like, so as an argument towards them not being first appearances on particular cards, like it is the first time we saw, Pluto and Goofy and all those other ones on blockchain, regardless of whether they have the FA tag or not. Now, whereas like Mighty's come in, like Invisible Woman, it's not her first time on blockchain. We've already seen her first time on blockchain, and that was on a Mighty version. So although it's not nearly as nice, that is pretty significant part of history to have the first time that superhero has ever been on blockchain, and let's see, Secret Rare Spider-Man be like a perfect example of that. One last thing I like to say on it, and I don't mean to monopolize too much.
Yeah.
This is speculation, and I don't know if you like to get into speculation, but like it would be fun.
I love speculation. Please.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
It would be amazing if the Marvel Mighties are ever integrated into gaming format. And if they ever are integrated into gaming format, whether that be via Vverse or on Immutable X or through whatever other platform Veve is going to work with, you are literally going to be using the first appearances of these characters on blockchain in these games, like in this like little Marvel Mighty game. Now, again, speculation, we don't know, but they do kind of look gamified, and there are like tons of videos out there with like incorporating like Marvel Mighties, like, and like having their own little game or whatever. So like, I don't know, maybe that's Vivi's incentive of like, hey, you can rent out your first appearance Invisible Woman or Captain America or Doctor Doom to play in this game, and instead of passive income and holding and collecting.
Yeah, I could see that. I have a thought, but I want my collectibles to go. Do you have any thoughts about, is there any reasoning why they might be having the FAs be Marvel Mighties the majority of the time, or is it just simply like easier to print out, or do you think it's like a very long, not long con, but obviously like a long-term play on Disney Marvel's parts for possible like gamification down the road, or something different?
Well, I kind of think that it could potentially just be like maybe a contract that they have, maybe they, with the Marvel Mighties, maybe they said, okay, we're going to release these characters first, and, we're going to keep them all under that umbrella. And so, like we're going to have them all come out as first, FAs, right? And, it could be just as simple as that. Like, maybe this is something that was decided a while ago. And then, as you said, they came out with the Captain America, the premium one, and then they kind of screwed up and put the FA on that, and they shouldn't have, right? So, who knows, right? But I just think it's interesting that they're putting a lot of attention into these Mighties, because like if you had the entire collection of Marvel Mighties, right? Like if you just got them all, and you could, because there's hardly any that are worth a lot, right? And they're all like, they all move well, they all sell pretty well. So if you had that whole collection and just pick them all, and that's the only thing you're doing on this app, you might be onto something, right? Because we're so early, right? And so if somebody was to go, well, I'm a Marvel Mighty collector, I'm going to buy every single one. Maybe I'll get a couple of each, maybe I'll get 3 Captain Americas, which is Steve Rogers, which is kind of funny they called it Steve Rogers and not Captain America, right? That might hurt it a bit too, even though I've been pumping that one for months because I think it's so significant. But yeah, like if you just collected all of those and had all those FAs, that would be pretty amazing, right? That would be a nice collection, especially if they're going to continue to add. If they come out with Miles Morales in there, that's gonna pop off too for sure. We just had, the Spider-Man 2099, right? That's really amazing. The Goblin, Doctor Doom is getting his respect now. He was always like pretty good. Like people, he's like 500 gems for the longest time, as far as I remember. And I looked at him and I thought, that's cool. It's Doctor Doom, pair him up with the comic, like in the comic section. And but then, once this next push came out, Doctor Doom, like I was looking at it, it was up to like 1,000 now. And it's going a bit higher. So there's a lot of potential for these. I think if they do the figure right, like the Invisible Woman, in just my opinion, it's a really, really awful looking figure. And I think that really hurts her, as a first appearance. And Captain America looks okay, like Steve Rogers. He looks okay. He's got that kind of pose, which is kind of cool, right? But Doctor Doom, he's shiny. He looks rad, right? Like he actually looks like a figure I want in my collection. And a little Spider-Man there, of course. I actually love, like I in my videos, I talked about, Spidey Gwen there, like, the ghost spider, right? And she looks cool too. So if they do it right, they make it look cool, and they give us really good characters, then yeah, the Mighties have, they'll get even more love for sure. Especially with new people coming, right? There's a lot of people that, they like the cuteness of it, like especially in NFTs, right? They like that kind of cuteness of it. They like the kind of fun of it. It takes away the criticism on some of the premium ones when they don't look real enough. Like, you know, when you have a premium figure and it's like doesn't look quite real enough, like it's really nice, but you know, it's not like it's like as good as you want it to look. The Marvel Mighties, you know, they're just cartoons, right? So they're kind of like, you can kind of get away with it, but it'll be interesting to see where it goes. I don't know why there's so many FAs in there. I really don't know. It might just be a deal.
Yeah, well, Chris gave me a thought where it's like it could be a long-term play for gamification, because honestly, if any company is going to make a long-term play, it's going to be Marvel, Disney, and a lot of the time they are thinking 5-10 years ahead of what they're going to do. And honestly, when you think about gamification, you know, if you're going to buy FAs of something, like, hey, I have the FA Steve Rogers and this NFT and this, I bought it because it's the FA. Oh, look, there's this gamification thing. I might as well play it because I already have the NFT. Like, if those weren't FEs and they weren't popular, then some people might not have bought them. But because they basically made them the FAs, people are like, well, I own this because it's the FA and there's gamification. Cool. And plus this, I've noticed this kind of like in game design and stuff, but like really that like cartoony like look or whatever, like if you look at like Team Fortress 2, if you look at Fortnite, like that look like ages very well, like old school like World of Warcraft, like it's not exactly perfectly detailed with all these like crazy shaders and, you know, graphics. You don't need anything like super high end to run it. Like those games just age very well. That's how those games are able to stay relevant, you know, 5-10 years later after you know, like they don't need to update the graphics so much. It's like all we need to do is just keep with this look of this like cartoony thing. Because I mean, you saw how, I mean, TF2 is still, I played it quite a bit and still do occasionally. And like there's still like a large community that plays it. It's like a super cartoony version. Like Fortnite is still played a lot, even though it was just kind of a different iteration of like PUBG and all that stuff. I know I'm kind of getting off topic and talking about other stuff, but I just meant like the visual aesthetic of them looking kind of cartoony just makes sense, and it's going to age well. It appeals to adults and children. And they don't need to do any like crazy updates to like make it look, it like that look is like ageless, that like cartoony look on that stuff. So kind of want to take some questions. What are y'all's picks for anything under $500 or under 500 gems right now? I might have some. I mean, some of the cards are retracing right now, like as we speak. I'll have to look at those in the meantime. Like and that's the other thing too. It's like, sometimes when someone asks me like, hey, what's under 500 gems? Sometimes they own a 500 gem NFT that they have to sell and like some other stuff. So sometimes I like to know like, all right, is it liquid? You know, is it a Disney NFT that you have to eat at 8.5% fee? Like there's a bit of difference there. But if you guys know any off the top of your head, go ahead and shout out. But if not, I can go ahead and keep looking here in the meantime.
Well, for me, if you ask me for anything under 500, I got two things for sure that I'm for me, it's two comics, right? It's Spider-Man #1 and Marvel Comics, which is now under 500, right? So Marvel Comics #1, right? So if I have 500 gems and I'm like new to the app, you know, like at some point, like I was just talking about how, you know, comic books, you know, they have these like swells that we had a swell a couple weeks ago, like it went up and now they've kind of like stabilized, but we have such a low market, like it's such a low number of real world comic collectors in here. It's still just scratching the surface. I mean, Marvel Comic #1 common should be like 2,000. I mean, it you know, it should be up there. It's going to be eventually, right? So I don't even own the common. I own a rare version, right? And I wish I owned the ultra rare or had the secret rare, then I could just retire, right? But
yeah,
but no, like, you know, if I had 500 gems, you know, I would focus on the comic books because, you know, while all of this Disney stuff is pumping and people are all into those, and because I think we have a lot of Disney fans in the app. I think we have a lot of people who are like, you know, they're here. Disney people know that Veve is a thing. Like, you know, there's gotten a lot of attentions with the golden moments and all that from before. So we have Disney collectors here. We have like, you know, like, you know, other groups here, but the comic books, like literally the comic book people are still like figuring out Veve and still learning about it. So I think for me, just personally, I like the comic books for being able to get a bunch for 500. And if you're asking me if there's something that I would like stack up and like want to be able to flip later and stuff, I'd probably do the Mighties. I'd probably do a couple of the Mighties right now because I think they're like, you know, they're really kind of getting a lot of attention and they're still like, you know, quite easy to get into, right? So you know, and then you could sell them in a little bit when they go up and maybe take those extra gems. You know, just my thoughts, you know.
Yeah,
just my thoughts.
How well?
I like comic books, right? I'm a big comic book guy, right?
Okay,
so,
I was about to ask that question. How well versed are you on like comics and stuff? Because I mean, I every time someone asks me about comics, I'm like, I have no idea what to even like. I know what the big ones are. It's like, oh, Marvel Comics #1, ASM #1, but like. I do think there are some like mid-tier ish comics that are overlooked a lot. One of the most popular ones is the New Mutants, the first appearance of Deadpool. Like, do you think that one is as relevant as some people make it out to be, or is it like a sleeper? What do you think about that one?
Oh yeah, no, that one's a great comic. Like I said, you know, there are numerous comics in the comics section that are key issues, like, you know, in the real world that go for a ton of money. You could just spend like 1 hour, just look at some of the comics. Like we're talking the Silver Age stuff, you know, like the older stuff, and of course like the New Mutants with Deadpool's first appearance. I mean, like if you just go on eBay or whatever and you just like check out some of the prices, you know, I know this is a completely different area, and I've said it many times that Veve is a different animal than the real world when it comes to the pricing of these comics, you know, but that's because there's not as many collectors here yet. You know, they're still coming. So you know, a lot of these comics, like, you know, I mean, like Tales of Suspense, the early ones, you know, like first appearance of Loki. I mean, these are major comics, right? Like, they're big, and you know, they're going for like $30, $70, 50, like boxing and gems, right? And I mean, that's really crazy. So when what got me into the app before is because I used to own a vintage toy store and a comic book store up until June for 5 years. And so, you know, I sold comics and everything like that, and online and everything. And so when I was like, you know, looking at NFTs and stuff, I started to get into looking at, this won't be a long story, don't worry. Maybe too late, but
yeah, it's all right.
But I was looking at NFTs and I was into the Top Shots, and I was starting because I'm a big basketball fan. And then one of my friends was like, hey, have you seen the comic books on Veve? And I didn't even know what Veve was. So I went there right away. And I was like, wow, comic books. And I saw like Amazing Spider-Man 14, and I saw like, you know, like some other, I was like, holy crap, right? These are like $20 and stuff. And so I downloaded the app, and I started to get into the, like, I love the Spider-Man comics because they're so amazing. Then you can read them too, right? Anyway, so the point is that I'm a comic book collector in the real world, and I was skeptical about NFTs. The Top Shots got me in a bit, but when I first heard about it, I was kind of like, whatever, right? But now once I got in the app, I started to like understand. So there are people who have talked about going into comic book stores in the real world and mentioning Veve and having people look at them kind of like, what? You know, like they don't even know, right? And but once they know, once they see it, then suddenly it kind of goes off like a light bulb. It's kind of like, it kind of just turns on. So you have like Journey into Mystery with Loki. I mean, it's like 65 gems for the comic, right? I mean, you have Amazing Spider-Man 3 with Doc Ock's first appearance, 68 right now. I mean, like these comic books are massive, right? Yeah. They're massive. So it's a great opportunity to like grab a bunch before everybody else starts coming in this area. And it's only a matter of time. I mean, Veve's just getting bigger. If it can convert me, who literally owned a store in physical comics, then I think... well, that's why when the person asked about the 500 gems, you know, you may not see that turn tomorrow or even in a month from now. But, you know, like if you have 5 Amazing Spider-Man #1 sitting there for 1,000 gems or whatever it costs, you know, like imagine 2 years from now. I mean, Veve's not going anywhere, right?
No, no, not anytime.
Apply that to a lot of different things. But anyway, that's my rant. Sorry, I made it too long.
No, it's fine. And I think it's interesting because from what I've heard is like comic book collectors, like they by default in their nature, they are long-term hodlers. Like they're like, oh, I'm gonna buy this. It'll probably be worth double the price in 5 to 10 years or even longer than that. Like that's just the way they think. And especially some of them, there was actually a gentleman, I was going to cover a comic book question. Someone had a Pokemon question, which we might just entertain the idea of, that comic book collectors in general are just like long-term hodlers. And like I'm sure they have their Grail comics that they would like to get one day, but they just can't afford it. But when they go on Veve and they're like, wait, I can buy this for like literally 1/1000th of the price. Like it's literally, you know, I could take off 4 zeros off the end tag and like I can buy it in digital format and like actually use it. That's pretty cool. at least that's my thoughts on it. Like that's, you know, sometimes these comic book collectors, from my knowledge, is like, you know, some of them like to save up for a certain comic or whatever it is, or things like that. So you think that, yeah. And
definitely, no, definitely. And displaying them, like, look, here's the funny thing. So, you know, when, you know, you try to pick up comics in the real world, and there's experts out there with other channels, right? For sure. And you pick up comic books in the real world, you know, people look at like trying to get the highest grade they can, the whitest pages, you know, without any like pen marks or scribbles or dents or dings or anything like that, right? And then of course you can't even read them, because if you get like one of these beautiful comics, like these amazing big comics, you can't touch that. You can't touch Amazing Spider-Man #1. You know, sit down in the living room, you know, grab yourself a coffee and maybe like a bag of chips, and then you're like leafing through the pages of Amazing Spider-Man #1. Like, no, it doesn't happen, right? Like these are like, these are untouchable. So the difference is you get a rarity on a comic book like this. They're all mint. They're all 100%, you know, graded 10 out of 10. There's no degrading. You can read them and you can display them. So if they do a better job, that's the one big thing too. If we do a job where we can actually display these comics like in the vault, or have like a showroom on the wall, because that's what comic collectors do. You know, I have some on my wall behind me when I do my videos. I have little shelves. I put my comics out. You know, I've seen the other channels that focus on comics. They got their comics on the wall. They want to look at them, right? And so if we can display them, and then could you imagine going to like somebody's, you know, I don't know, gallery or whatever, and they have like all these top comics that at that point you can't get because they're $2,000 a piece, 2,000 gems each, you know, just, you know, like in 2 years from now or whatever. And you can see them all there, or maybe you can have a library to rent them out. I don't know what Veve's going to do in the future. Like you talk about renting out like these collectibles or the gamification of those Marvel Mighties. How about having like a library where you can actually read these? I mean, I actually read Amazing Spider-Man #1 with my kids, like on my iPad. Like I can't do that in the real world. No. You have to buy like reprints, you know, you have to buy these like reprints to do it, or maybe you go online, someone's like digitized it on a YouTube video. But I can actually read all these comics too, which is really, really cool. So yeah, you know, don't get me started.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a gentleman in chat, Rafael Garcia, said, I have a Marvel Comics #1, Marvel's one, not a Marvel Comics #1. Very, very different. Got to make sure you buy the white one, the right one. I thought he said Marvel Comics #1 Secret Rare, and I'm like, I don't know. That's like the crown jewel when it comes to the comics that are on the app right now. But he said he's thinking about selling it and reinvesting it. How do you feel about Marvel's #1 in general? I know that one's different than Marvel Comics.
It has because it has the famous Alex Ross cover art, right?
And I heard some people like actually collect his covers too. Like even if the book itself isn't great, like the cover art, they just like the illustrator.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really cheap book, and it's like, you know, in terms of price, it's cool. It looks great. Like one of the best covers out there that's in the app. But you know, if you just Google him up and look at his DC stuff with his like, you know, Superman and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing work. The guy's an amazing, like sometimes, you know, comic book collectors will pick an artist and go after that, and they'll like focus on that, and they'll you know, it's because of the art, right? So it's like, if I did a video about art and I didn't include the comics, but I really wanted to because it's art, right? So yeah, but I, you know, focus on prints and stuff, right? But like the art, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, like people will collect covers of specific artists, especially the older covers too. I mean, the art today on some of these comic books is just incredible, right? Like these people, if I could illustrate like that, like give me a break, right? So I love how they bring in the alternate, you know, artists to do some of the alternate covers, and which is cool because then it gives you a reason to get them, as opposed to having, you know, how they did it earlier on in the app where they had the one cover, the main cover, then they just played around with the colors, you know. That's okay and everything, but I do like having the rare, which is like a newer artist, you know. That's cool. So
yeah, and I appreciate Chris you stopping by, man. I know you had to run and you were driving and dealing with other stuff, so all that means is that we get to talk about comics a bit more, because I've been waiting to find someone like you to kind of pick their brain on comics. How do comic collectors think? Because sometimes people ask me, they're like, oh, what do you suggest for under 400 gems or 500 gems? I'm like, there's a lot of really good comics in that range, but I just don't know what to suggest. Like, it's very easy for me to, when someone asks, hey, should I, for 300 gems, what should I get? Or what's a better collectible than this one? And I can, off the top of my head, think of a lot of different collectibles in that price range. I'm like, okay, I think this one's going to take off a bit sooner than this one. And I just because the IP and stuff. But with comics, it's just very difficult for me. So I've been waiting to pick someone's brain like you to figure it out. And because one of the questions I had was, how big of a role do you think that Veve exclusive art covers are going to have with comic book collectors? Do you think it's going to be mass adopted and it's going to become like a really big deal if you got like a Veve exclusive cover, or will it just be whatever, I just want the common cover, like I want the original cover?
Yeah, well, I think you'll have the two schools, right? You'll have it depending on the cover, of course, and the artist, right? But yeah, if it's a Veve exclusive, then for sure, like, comic book collectors like to get those. Like, that's what's happened in the last 20 years, right? So, comic books kind of got oversaturated in the 90s a bit. Same with sports cards, if you remember the overprinting and all that kind of stuff. And, they started to like a little bit smarter about it, with like, different covers, like in the last, like, 10, 20 years or so, you'd see like these alternate covers, and they're harder to get. They print less of them. So, I mean, it makes sense that we're doing it in Veve as well. And so, you'll get like the old school covers, like the original, like the Silver Age stuff and the big stuff. People want, the comic book collectors want the original cover of that. That's why the commons are always seeming to be a little bit higher than the uncommons. Just because they have that original cover. I mean, but as we get like, closer, like with the newer stuff that they've been releasing, these unique covers with like artists that have only been released, if they release them only here, I mean, definitely that's just an extra level of incentive, right? I personally myself, unless I know the artist and I follow the artist, I'm more looking at the rarity of the comic. So if I like the cover and it looks cool, and it's like a rare version, then I'll probably pick it up. I won't necessarily like just go for it just because it's an alternative cover with a different, with like a unique, artist that's only in this one. I won't necessarily go for that. I have to enjoy it, right? I have to like it. So like I said, there's one other point I want to make. So when it comes to comic books or anything in the app, right? I think there's like two ways of thinking of it. We're in this kind of middle spot, and you have people who are looking to like find out items that they can get and that are going to go up fast, and they're gonna buy, like, they want to know what comic can I buy that's going to go up, right? And it's going to go up like 2 times, in the next week or something, right? And that's hard to say because like I said, the audience for comic books is, we have people who collect them in the app for sure. Like, there's definitely like a lot of movement in comic books. If you sell a low Spider-Man priced comic book, it's going to go right pretty quick. So, but we don't have like massive amount of people like behind the comic books yet. So my thought on comic books is just to like buy them and wait. Like, they're longer holds for me, right? You can flip a few. Like the lower level ones, if you need some gems and stuff, they'll go up, $5 or whatever, 5 gems. But like, people are looking there. Sometimes people ask like about the comics, if there's ones that are gonna go up right away, right? And I think it's just longer. We just have to wait. And now's a good time to pick up some of those classic ones and just sit on them. Whereas in the collectible side of things,
it's volatile.
I think there's a lot more volatility there. People are like, there's some are like we discussed. You guys were discussing it earlier. Like, even with those Adventure Time ones, they pop off and then they come back. And some of these, like the Batman and the Croc, that started out like big. Like, that came out big. You know, there's a lot of like figure collectors. I mean, that statue in the real world. I mean, I also have Hot Toys and stuff like that and Sideshow collectibles in my house. I mean, that is a whole other group of collectors that do statues and stuff, right? If they're gonna start doing that's gonna be unbelievable, right? So that one popped off immediately. And so like I said, like there's the short-term thinking and the long-term thinking. I think the comics are long-term thinking, with a few short examples that do pop up, but it's a long-term thing. I think it's clear in the market that's what happens, right?
Yeah.
The collectibles, I think, is where you can make your gems. You can make your 50 gems on a sale, and then like it'll get 3 or 4 of them, and then over the course of a couple days make 20, 30, 40 gems each, and then you have that little stash, right? But I don't think that's happening as much in the comics.
Yeah, it seems like comics is much of a slow and steady thing. You invest, and it reflects that. I think part of the reason why it's not so volatile is because not a lot of people are in comics right now, or like they just don't fully understand it, and honestly kind of avoid it, like myself. Like I'm just like, I don't fully understand it. I don't fully grasp the concept of every nuance. And I guess that's kind of even just a flaw within myself. Sometimes if I don't fully understand something, I'll just be like, well, whatever. I just might as well just not so much like not even try, but it's like I need to fully understand something before I feel comfortable, jumping into it, for the most part. But we got Kryptony says, Journey into Mystery is a sleeper. In his mind, Journey into Mystery.
Yeah.
Let me pull that one up. And why is that? Is that the one with Loki?
That's the Loki one, yeah.
Okay. And why is that?
The second. Yeah, number 85. So that's like I think it's the second comic ever on the app, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Sure.
yeah, it's massive, right? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
we have the Loki show on Disney Plus. There's another
Mm-hmm.
season coming, right? Kang is in there. No
Mm-hmm.
spoilers, but I mean, these affect, these things. We don't have we have the alligator Loki, which was from that show, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
So Loki's a famous, he's not the same level as like Spider-Man or something, right?
Or as a
That
villain
comic, I
like
think, is
Doctor
the
Doom or
second one
something.
they put on the app.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So like, what is?
So it is a sleeper. They're all sleepers. All those old ones
Yeah.
are real. They're all sleepers. I mean, Fantastic Four #1, is sitting at like what, maybe 200 or so. Amazing
Mhm.
Spider-Man #1 at 190 or so, 200. I mean, these are massive comics, right? So they'll get their time. They'll when I say they'll get their time, I mean,
Mhm.
plus 2,000 gems each time. That's coming. Marvel Comics #1. The common was like around 6-7 or so, and now it's down to like 400. But yeah, you could pick any one of those older comics with the first appearances, because there's first appearances in there, right? Like Aang and Hawkeye, and like they've done a pretty good job. Now here's the big thing though: if they come out with DC comics,
Yeah.
okay, and they suddenly drop like Action Comics #1, or like Detective Comics, with Batman, okay,
Mhm.
you're gonna see some comic collectors really pile in here on top, and then they're gonna see the Marvel stuff too, and it's just gonna go off because we only have half the comic book world here, not even
Mhm.
half. I mean, there's other comics as well other than Marvel and DC, but you know what I mean, right? Like,
Yeah.
and like I said, we only have one Superman in the app, like one single Superman. Like we have like a lot of Batman, so maybe the next Superman's going to be, maybe they're going to do DC comics. I hope they do, because why not, right? We have DC stuff, so why wouldn't they have DC comics? So
Yeah, exactly. We're already working with
lots of stuff in the future, but it's longer hold. It's a longer term thing, I think. So
yeah, we have a DC Direct, which has a lot of the statues and stuff that we've gotten so far. And then yeah, like I mentioned that a while ago. I'm like, we don't even have what if we also get things like graphic novels, in here, like gosh, I'm trying to think. Like, I'm not a big comic book reader or graphic novel or whatever, but I know like there's some not like niche ones, but like The Watchmen. I'm trying to think of some other like graphic novels that have kind of gotten turned into movies and or had shows or whatever it is. I'm trying to think of some other ones.
yeah, I mean,
Off the top of my head.
I remember reading the Walking Dead comic books before the show came out, right? And I'm a big zombie fan, so I love Zombie Cap, right?
Mhm.
And but I was reading those, and somebody mentioned to me the Fantastic Four #21, Ultimate Fantastic Four, with the first appearance of the zombies in the comic books, how no one even looks at that comic, right?
Mhm.
And how What If, the What If show has introduced zombies now in the Marvel universe, and like and they're toying around with the Ant-Man movie, how they go into the quantum realm, and then zombies came out of that in that comic book, I believe, in that Fantastic Four comic book.
Mhm.
And then we have Zombie Cap, and we have Zombie Spider-Man, and maybe we get like what you first brought up was this these these different, like these graphic novels, like, you know, The Walking Dead is a major comic book series that's super huge. And of course, the show, we all know how big it got, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's still big right now is debatable, but
Yeah,
I
Sin
watched
City was
like
another one, someone said.
for 6, 7 seasons. I watched every episode. I just loved it.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, like there's all these little niches that you could do. Like you could do zombies in here if you want. You could do Marvel Mighties. You could do Adventure Time stuff. I mean, you could go just for art. I mean, you see what Veve's doing, right?
Yeah.
Like I step back and I kind of take a few steps back. And sometimes I look around and I go like, they're slowly building this massive like diversity in what you can collect. And these like, you know, these sectors of collecting, like stamps, like stamp collectors. I mean, you know, I'm not a stamp collector, right? But they have stamps in the app now and they're US postal stuff. So they're like building these little sections, right?
Yeah.
And all of these like groups of collectors, if Veve continues to do what they're doing and continues to grow, they're going to start coming, right? Because they'll find out about it. And the more that NFTs and digital assets become more, you know, like over the next few years here, NFTs blew up last year. I mean, we all know that. So this is all just the beginning of it all. And I'm not like hyping it or anything, but that's how I see it. I just look back and I go, okay, you know, they have stamps in the thing and they're adding stamps. It's not like they gave us the one stamps and then we didn't see a stamp
they're done
for like a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're adding them, right? Who knows when they're going to add another one? So it's all just growing, right? So,
and I think Veve.
Said earlier, I think you could almost buy anything in the app and you're good to go, right?
Yeah. I think Veve's
almost.
Yeah, I think Veve's done a good job of appealing to a lot of different collectors, but on top of that, they bring in like some of the heaviest hitting like digital versions of the physical like right away. Like with the comics, like they came out with like Marvel Comics #1 and then Journey, like they're like really hard hitting, expensive comics, like the physical versions. And same thing with the stamps. I'm not sure how popular the Day of the Dead one is, but like the lunar ones, some people were kind of hyping those up. It's like the first time we've ever gotten sheets, physical collectible. Like when it comes to the DC, we not only did we just get like a Batman, but we also got like a physical statue version. A Batman that currently exists. So it's like now we're appealing to the physical collectors as well as people that just like Batman and just going off of that. So I think Veve's done a really good job on that end. But we had a quick question, not even a question, but LBM Bat says everyone is sleeping on the first Daredevil issue 131, first appearance of Bullseye, and X-Men issue 129. What do you think about the Bullseye one? Is that like a big one that people are sleeping on, or do you think it's just like slightly
cool. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It really depends, right? And the way I always look at that kind of stuff with that character, like Bullseye, he's pretty cool, right? And that Daredevil comic is a pretty good comic. And now that, you know, I don't want to be spoiler alerts here, everybody, but you know, we saw Daredevil finally, right? You know, like, you know, now he's starting to come out. I know he had his TV show and everything, but he's starting to come forward now, and we'll see what happens. You know, he's like, I believe it was in the Hawkeye show, right? He was like a lawyer, so I think that's where we just saw him, right? It's either that or no, it was in Spider-Man. It was in the Spider-Man movie, yeah. So, Anyway, don't worry, he needn't swing around or kick anyone in the face or anything there. But yeah, so like you asked about Bullseye and stuff. Okay, these characters, yeah, for sure. Like I always look back at the Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, so you know the Guardians of the Galaxy were nowhere. They were nobodies. Like in the comic books, like the first appearance of Groot was some weird comic way back when, where he's like doesn't even really look like him, and like you know they were nowhere. And then all of a sudden they came out with this awesome movie, and no one expected it, and it was like really great and funny and everything, and it tied right in. And then of course Guardians of the Galaxy are like a household name, right? So I don't know if that's going to happen with a character like Bullseye or not, but it's entirely possible, right? Like so. All the first appearances that we're getting in the comic books and in the collectibles in this app, it's like, you know, I've said this before. I just think it's just the golden age. I mean, we're sitting here and we're getting all this stuff given to us for cheap. You could buy that comic right now for what, 20 gems, 18 gems, maybe as the common. Yeah,
the common I think is like below 20 right now.
Yeah, and I always go by that price. I mean, like you know, I mean that's like a joke, right? So, yeah, I mean, I can't say, forget about Bullseye, he sucks. Because like, what if you know, like, in 3 weeks from now they announce the actor who's playing Bullseye in the new Daredevil movie that's going to be in the MCU, and it's going to be a direct tie into the Spider-Man universe, like you know, with Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
okay, suddenly Bullseye is going to be important, right? So I think, and don't think like this is also the other thing you have to think about. All of these particular comics that are dropping in the app right now have meaning, right? Like, do you think that they just randomly went into like a comic book shop and like leafed through a box of like random comics and pulled out Daredevil 131 with the first appearance of Bullseye and said, "Hey, let's put this one in the app."
Yeah.
You know, like there's got to be a reason they dropped that comic book, right? At least I would think there would be, because there are millions of comics. Yeah. Why are they picking these issues? You know, why they pick Iron Fist 14, right? Why they pick like, you know, the I mean, we know why they did Eternals #1. That was close to the movie, right? We know why they're doing Captain America 117 with the Falcon, right? Because of Black History Month and all that. I mean, you know, like, you know why they came out with the Goblin in the Marvel Mighties? Because, you know, we just saw him in the movie, right? I mean, like,
exactly.
These are like, they're not like just randomly throwing comic books at us, I don't think. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
It sounds like Marvel and Disney know what they're doing. And even Spider-Man 2099, I heard he's going to make an appearance in like the more recent movie, I think. Like he might make an appearance as well, because now it's like a multiversal thing. But yeah, so I mean, looking here, someone said that Fantastic Four #1 is below 150 right now, the common. I think that thing had an all-time high of about 240, and now it's just kind of, you know, it's gotten jump squeezed just like everything else. Like, what are comic book collectors thinking when they come in here? Of like how much is a typical Fantastic Four number? Like, how much is this typically like in a physical format? Like, if you wanted this one, I'll look it up as you're thinking about that. Fantastic Four, is it #1? And what do you typically check your prices for comics? Is it like eBay or? Are you still there? Or did I lose you?
Oh, did you lose me or am I back?
Okay, you're back.
Oh, you know what happened? I clicked off of my thing and that's how I lost the audio. Okay.
Okay, I gotcha.
I have to like not click off of it.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I would just like to answer your question. Like, you know, generally speaking, you know, everybody's got their own resources that you can do, right? But you know, if you don't know a lot about comics, you could just literally go on eBay to get a general sense. You know, it'll give you kind of an idea. But like I said, those are real world comics, and that could give you an idea of maybe where these could go. I actually think these are going to be, I think the Veve stuff is going to be bigger in a lot of ways than the real world ones, because they're like forever, you know, and there's no issue with like, I mean, there's no issue with them rotting away or getting destroyed. And the sheer numbers, like I was talking to a few people, we've talked a lot about this. You know, I think, what are we up to? 1.9 million users. So if
active
you look
users.
at that document they put out, I think they said 1.9 active monthly users. And I remember their tweet. I talked about it in a video where they had like 1.4, I think it was, at the end of the year. So, you know, think about the jump there. That's, you know, I don't know how accurate the numbers are, but that's what they're telling us. So, I mean, like the amount of comic books like that you could own. So like if you pick Fantastic Four #1, what are there, like 32,000? No, I think maybe 48,000 editions of the common, right? Well, divide that by the amount of active users, and suddenly it's not so, there's not that many of them to go around.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So, I mean, we see these big numbers, and I remember when I came to the app, I was looking at, oh, well, there's tons of those, right? Then you start looking at the actual numbers of people. Now, those people aren't all looking for comic books, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're, you know, it's not like 1.9 million users in the app are all comic book collectors going after Fantastic Four #1 or anything. But as the numbers grow, the amount that you can own, like, they dwindles. And that goes for any collectible in the app, like any at all. So as we get bigger and bigger, the rarity is just it's gonna take over like even more than it already has, right? Like, you know, the Mickey hat, well, there's like 6,000 of Mickey's hat. And if you think about like how rare that is compared to 1.9 million users that could actually own one. And if you think about like, you know, how many Todds there are or whatever, like the big ones, I mean, if some people have like 20 or 10 or 5 of them, so it's even harder to get.
Yeah.
So the comic books are right behind, like, Marvel Comics #1, right? There's, I think, 48,000 commons. So, I think that's like, I think I did the math in a video. I did it was like 1.5% of all people who are actively using can actually own a single copy of that comic book. So you start to, like, as it grows, right? As it grows, it just gets harder. It's going to get harder, and the price is going to start reflecting that. It's just going to keep going up and up and up.
And especially with comics, like with collectibles, I mean, there's 11 different Batmans, there's 7 different Harley Quinns, and there's so many different versions. But like, there's only going to be one Fantastic Four #1. There's not like extra reprints or like different iterations. Like, I mean, there's the different rarities and like the different covers, but then that's it. Like, there's no more. Like, there's no alternative version or whatever. Or people are like, well, I like this one a bit more than that. Like, because someone was just asking earlier, like, do you think tomorrow's Wonder Woman and Supergirl will do well? They look way better than the FAs, and it's like that's a question that would never come up with comics, because it's just like, do you own it or not? Or or I guess, like I said, there's the different rarities. I guess that's kind of a rough equivalent. So I mean, I think that's a point for comics where it's like, this is the run and it's done. Like, there's no more, as far as we know, of these that are going to be coming out. Like, there's not going to be a different version of Fantastic Four #1 coming out. Like, who knows, over the next 10 years, 15 years, like they could release 6, 7 more Wonder Womans, but there's still going to be one Fantastic Four #1. At least I would hope they don't do more print runs or something silly like that. At least, like, me personally, like, this is it.
Yeah.
And you either collect it or you don't.
Well, the thing about these too is that you can just get them in 2 seconds, right?
Yep.
Like, if I want to get Fantastic Four #1 or whatever comic, Immortal Hulk #1 or whatever, right? I have to literally physically go get it, or I have to have it mailed to me, or I have to do whatever.
Yeah. Mail and have it worried about get it damaged, and I'm sure there's probably some sort of insurance that covers the comic, like, while it's in transit, maybe. Yeah.
Well, there was just a recent, like, if you follow comic book collectors and stuff, like, there's a pretty famous thing that just happened like a few days ago, where somebody sent a bunch of comics in to get graded professionally, and they were really high level comics, and they went missing at the warehouse. I mean, like, that's insanely scary, right? So we talk about getting locked out of the app, but that's scarier, if you ask me.
yeah, in a way, because it's not like well, at least I lost those comics. The rest of my comics at home are fine. But yeah, getting locked out of the app, it's like, that is my entire warehouse of everything I own.
Yeah,
digitally is being locked out. But I don't know. Like, me personally, I'm kind of torn between whether I like the cover art that has the new artists that come in and make alternative cover arts, or do I like the art that they take like a very cool looking page, or like I don't know, what do you call it, like a comic pane, or like a strip that they have, and like they blow that up and make that the cover. Do you like those as well? Or they
I actually really like those, especially with Daredevil #1, because the secret rare of Daredevil #1 is literally the pose from the original cover on the common. So they just took them out, cut them out, stick them on the cover. So I think it's pretty cool. Actually, what? One of my favorite comics actually is the Avengers 8, but it's the uncommon where Iron Man's pointing at Kang. I just think that cover is hilarious, Oh,
yeah.
It gets a bunch of attention, but I just love it. But everybody loves their own thing, right? Like, that's what's so cool about it. They give you some options. They pump up the lower level comics with less editions now, and they throw some different cover art at you, so it's not just so like everybody's got that one cover. I think it's really cool what they're doing, right? So, and then of course now they're going to add the points too, right? So it incentivizes going after things. They need to give the comic books a full set. I mean, to have all 5 of the rarities and give you that set, I think that's a key. I don't know why they haven't done that yet, but I personally think that's coming. I mean, why would you get all Ultimate Fallout #4s, Miles Morales? Why would you buy them all, right? I mean, unless you're like a real true fan collector, because you don't get that set, right? I mean, you just spend all the money and just go after the ultra rare or something, right? And forget about the common, like, if you really want to, like, have a high level, right? But if they give you the set, then you're great. So I do like the alternate covers, I think they're cool. They're fun to look at. And also, you just don't know what you're going to get on the drop, right? it's kind of cool, right? You get one, it's like, oh, there you go. I'm going to get this one, right? Some of them are, like some of them don't look good. Like it's just my opinion, but other people would think it does look good. So that's comic book art,
Yeah, and I think that's why you just mentioned earlier, like that's why some comic book collectors they like the art style of a certain artist. And they're like, I'm going to collect this. Like even if I would assume some of them are like, even if a comic is trash tier, I mean that probably means it's inexpensive, but I like the cover art or whatever it is. Quick question. Someone said, how do you feel about Amazing Spider-Man 361 Secret Rare? I'm still not familiar with like all these numbers. And it is like with so many comics coming out, like, do you ever get confused when someone's like, what do you think about this very specific comic? You're like, God, like, which one is that again? Especially when we have so many Amazing Spider-Mans like right now, like, comics like on the thing. This one's the cover art of, looks like, Carnage.
Appearance of Carnage. Yeah. And which version did they ask about? The secret rare?
Yeah, the secret rare, I guess, which is at 1150 right now, so it's below 1200.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's killer. Totally. I mean, you got Carnage on the cover, flying around there with his like symbiote stuff coming off of him. I mean, what is it, 1150 or something? There's only 600 of them. I mean, yeah, like beautiful. I love the uncommon because it's him on a black background and it's cheap. So like you can pick up the uncommon, he's just coming right at you. It looks so cool. But like secret rares, I mean, geez, any of the secret rares, like they're all pretty special. I mean, 600, 400 editions. You see the Alpha Flight one? Because I'm Canadian, okay? So everybody knows I'm from Canada. And hope I don't lose viewers here tonight because
no. I could tell by the way you said sorry that you were a Canadian.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I haven't said too much, hopefully, right?
Yeah.
But the Alpha Flight #1, okay, I really don't care about the comic in the real world. Like we're not all up here loving Alpha Flight necessarily, just because he's wearing that weird Canadian outfit. But the secret rare only has 250 copies. Like
that is really low. I didn't
50. I mean. Yeah, that is so low. Avengers 8 only has 500, right? Or less than 500, sorry. So, I mean, the secret rares are just, if you can get one, like, I think you're laughing. I was talking about the secret rares of the most recent Spider-Mans that came out with the black suit. Amazing Spider-Man 293 and the Web of Spider-Man this and that. The whole, like, Kraven the Hunter story, which is an amazing story, by the way. If you actually read that 6-part series, it's pretty cool. His last hunt and all that. And then if you go actually into the real world, they don't have the comic on the app, but Amazing Spider-Man, just when Todd McFarlane, we all know Todd because of Batman, but when he illustrated Spider-Man's comics, starting with like number 298 or 297 or something, he also did like a follow-up Spider-Man series of comics, and it was just called Spider-Man, and he did the first like 10 or 12 covers, and it was really really famous. But there's a Kraven comic in there that continues that story from that 6-part series. It actually, there's the cover and it's got blood on it with a little Kraven's thing, and it's really cool. So the secret rares though of those new Spider-Man comics, they're all fantastic. They're like $500 or certain bucks. I keep saying money, but they're like 500 gems or whatever. They're like under 500 gems, and you get secret rares. And he's wearing the black symbiote suit. Those are all great. I mean, if you want cheap secret rares to pick up that are Spider-Man, you'll have no problem selling those. Yeah, like trust me.
And especially
if you want to sell those one day, you'll sell them like in 2 seconds. Put them up there competitively, and they'll be gone.
Yeah, and especially since the incentive to pick up comics because the Master Collector program. Like I really think even some of the quote unquote trash tier comics, like even the rares, were going for like above 50, 60, 70 gems just because of Master Collector program. Like this is the best, I was gonna say dollar per gem, but gem per Master Collector point that's on the app right now, at least the current iteration of Master Collector program. So I think that just exacerbates like the explosion that's going to happen with comics, because eventually with the Master Collector program finalizes, and or when we can read the comics, like comics actually do have a lot of catalysts, like even though reading them in your vault or having them displayed in your vault. That's a small one, but we will see a small bump when we get the finalized thing, a master collector program, and we know for sure, like, hey, if we get these combination of comics, we get a lot of points. That's actually better than the collectibles. That's another catalyst. And then, just future comics in general. So what do you think about like the master collector program being so tied to like comics, and like, do you think it might artificially pump some of the comics because it's getting propped up by master collector points, or is it just like, yeah, it's just another reason to buy comics. Like, why would you not?
Yeah, well, I personally think so for sure. Like the comic books, the uncommon comic books, to me are master collector gold. I mean, you get half a point or whatever, and you can stack them indefinitely. And, like even those new Spider-Mans, I said, like they're like 17, 20 gems. I mean, so, let's say you still, like, we're going to find out how important it is or how close you can get, to the big whales that have like these giant, but we don't have, endless amounts of whales in this app. We have definitely lots of people who've been here since the start who have these massive collections who are going to get tons of collector points with their sets and, all that. But the way to battle it is to, and to compete is to like go in and get the cheap comics up, like the uncommons. Because you get the daily point, I think, right, with having a collectible, right, and then you get the master collector point for the rarity, if I'm not mistaken, and you don't get any sets with the comics. So I already went, like, I have with those new Spider-Man comics that came out, just because he's the black suit and they're easy to liquidate. I have like 11 of. The one where he's coming out of the grave. Like, I love that cover. I bought like 11 commons of that. I bought them for like 15 gems each.
Which one is that again?
The amazing, it's this, I think it's the Web of Spider-Man, where he's coming out of the grave. That one?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have like, of the Craven series, right? You got like
okay.
The lowest price comics on the app right now, okay, as I'm looking, is the new Daredevil that just came out for like 14 gems. And then you have two Spider-Man comics. The spectacular one where he's got that kind of rat dude, who's on the cover. I just saying it very basically so people remember, right? They're going for like under 15. And then you have the Web of Spider-Man where Craven's pointing a gun at him in the black suit where he's covered in ropes. That's number 31, Web Spider. That's going for 15 gems for the common, right? So, I mean, all of those are so cheap. You can stack them up like crazy. You could sell one. This is what's going to happen, in my opinion. As soon as they release the master collector and it's going to come out, people are going to be looking for those points, and they may not be doing it now because they're trying to get all the Disney stuff, and they're trying to like get these key things because they're all going up, and everybody wants something that's going up. Everybody wants to buy something that's like, going to double in value in like a week from now or 3 days from now. We all love it. We love the pump, right? We love watching it go, and then we love to unload one or two, right? I mean, it's perfect. But they're going to unload into these, like, you're going to have to buy all these up. Like, you could pick a comic book that is not important at all. It doesn't even matter. Who cares about it? Like, I mean, I'm not going to offend anybody, but if you go like Powers of X #1 or some crappy comic or whatever, right, that people think is crap because they never read it or whatever, you could literally just pick one and go, okay, that's my master collector point item. I don't even have to care about the comic. I'm just going to buy the cheapest uncommon, for example, to get that half a point and stack up like 30 of them, and then daily, you're just going to get those points, just leave it alone. Just throw it over in the corner. They're too annoying to try to sell later, like you have to sell one at a time. I don't like to dump 10 in the market at once. I think it's, I like to do it every 5. That's why I like the Spider-Mans, because if I do want to sell, like say something comes out and I go, oh crap, I need that. Master Collector's not here yet. I want to sell some stuff. I get the Spider-Man comics because they sell fast, right? I can put a Spider-Man comic in the market, one of those new ones that came out for 18 gems, and it'll go in like 5 minutes usually, right? Because people are stacking. It's
pretty quick,
right?
Yeah.
So if you stack a whole pile of those and you just have them there, I mean, that's just points, right? So that's what I strategized. I was wrestling with it for a bit. Like, do I go after, another Superman and liquefy all my cheap comics and just go after, because, like they're grails? Or do I focus on like 6 months from now, whenever this point system comes out, and I want to have, I'm gonna have as many daily points as I can because I don't know how else I would compete, right? So
Yeah,
I've done that. I've stacked a whole bunch of those Spider-Man comics just sitting there. I'm just leaving them.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for the final version of Master Collector Program to come out. But even when you stack, well, first off, there's even a talk between common versus uncommon. Because like I'm looking at the Web of Spider-Man 31 right now, which is like you said, 15 gems for the common, and it's 23 gems for the uncommon. So it's like, wait, I can get double the amount of points if I just spend 50% more gems, right? On the uncommon. And there's also way less uncommons. I mean, there's 21,000 commons and only 5,000 uncommons. So, I mean, I feel like if some people see it as an investment, like, all right, I'm going to spend 350 gems on these comics. And it's not like they're not going up in value as you're holding them. Like, you could just literally see it as like, all right, I'm going to buy 10 or 15 of these. These are going to give me points every day for the next year as long as I just hold them. And I mean, I could sell them off as I go along, or I could just sell them all at the end. And that $350 or gem investment is now $750 or $800. You know, it's not like you're losing value or like the value of those comics are just staying static forever. Like they'll probably go up eventually. But someone had a quick question. Actually, a couple questions. Thoughts on Amazing Spider-Man Annual dropped earlier this week, and then someone also asked, should I buy like a few hundred gems worth of uncommon comics to build points? Isn't it as of right now technically better, I guess, price wise, to buy like 1 or 2 rares and then stack uncommons? Because rares give you 2 points, and then the next one you get is like you get diminishing returns of 50%, and then at that point it's better to get. So I guess if you're
one rare, I'd buy one rare. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just pick up one rare of as many cheap comics as you can if you want to go for points. I like the Spider-Man ones, like I said, because the rares are like 50 gems. I mean, you know, and they're Spider-Man, so you can sell them if you really need to. And I'm sorry, I don't want to harp on it, but that's just what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
And then then because if you get more than one, I think of rare, it drops down, I think, to in
50%.
Half. Yeah. So the commons, like I said, you can just, and the uncommons, you can just pile them up. And so the uncommons, if they're close to the common price, that's the best, right? The Amazing Spider-Man Annual number 16. That's just another Spider-Man comic. You know, it's nothing special like in the real world or anything, or it's not a big deal. You know, it's cool. It's got cool cover art. You know, like she's neat. She's going to be important because she's going to be in, you know, she's coming back for, like, she's the, you know, Miss Marvel or whatever. So she's going to be in the new Captain Marvel movie, you know, and so she was already in the Scarlet Witch show, right? Like, you know, that's where she was. So, you know, she's a notable character, right? So definitely cool. And of course, there's a tie into the you know, this month's theme, right? So, you know, but I wouldn't say it's anything that you have to like go after necessarily, in my opinion, right? Unless you love the cover of the character, you know. The Master Collector, what I was going to say one thing that kind of got me thinking a little while ago was, like, I started reading more into the program, and what I don't want to have happen to myself, and, you know, for yourself too, is you don't want to be like, suddenly they're like, oh, we're releasing the program, you know, 3 days from now. Because I don't know how much lead up time we're going to get. Like, what if they say, hey, everybody, the program's opening up tomorrow, you know? And then people
comics are skyrocketing.
Yeah, they're going to go, oh shit. And what you're going to see probably, sorry, excuse my language, but what you're going to see is someone's going to dump a golden moment, and they're going to go and they're going to get 300 comics, like commons or something. I could just see that happening. And then all of a sudden, the floor price on all the commons and uncommons is probably going to go up over 20, 25, 30. And then suddenly you're going to be like, okay, I can't stack, right? This is what I could imagine. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen. Maybe not, right? People might go, whatever. But that's why I'm buying them at $15, you know, 17 gems. Whenever I can. I'm not like, I'm going after other big stuff, but, you know, but yeah, I don't want to wait till the day before, you know?
Yeah,
so
I guess I'm kind of a different thought. I was interested because I was talking with, because I had, Veve3 on my channel last stream, and we kind of talked about it. And me personally, I am holding off until the master program finalizes, because it sounds like they've actually, one of the groups of collectibles they've made the most changes with, I think, is the comics. I think before there was a set bonus, and then now they made it so that rares are really good, but, you know, only if you buy one, and then now you want to stack common and uncommons. You know, if you want to stack those. And I mean, they could change it up where next iteration or the final version of it, they might say, hey, commons are now 1 gem each, not 1 gem, but 1 point each up to 5 points. And then after that, it doesn't really matter. Or maybe you get like 1/10 of a point per comic. So at that point, maybe it's better to get 5 commons and then you get 1 rare and then you start stacking uncommons, right? So, I mean, at that point, we're just pinching pennies at that point. Like, I don't think your rares are going to be worthless. I really doubt that they're going to lower the points for comics like where they are now, because I think that would piss off a lot of people. But what they might do is increase the points of some of the other ones as well. Or they might do a set bonus, so now it's actually better to do a set or something like that. That's just me personally. I'm not in general that bullish on Master Collector points, but I do want to invest in comics and have at least like a decent foundation of points building up each day. But it's not something I think I would throw like 4 or 5 grand gems at or anything like that. I think one day I'll probably throw a grand of gems, probably anywhere between 500 to a grand of gems at comics. Just, buying a rare of like all the ones that I think look cool, or at least like affordable, then stack the uncommons and stuff. But I still want to see the final version of the Master Collector points before I start like investing. That's just me personally, and I'm sure the new version is going to be very similar to what's happening here, but because I'm not going to throw a ton of gems at it, I kind of want to optimize it as much as possible. That's just me personally. There was a question.
I do agree with you too, and I know you just one sec. I totally agree with you too, and the only thing is like once we see what a few of the first drops look like too, I think people are gonna like go, okay, is it worth it, right? And so people might go all in on getting a whole bunch of books, for the first week or two of the program, and then what could happen is if they're not getting any drops or it's pointless, maybe they start to then dump them, right?
Exactly. I think we could see a pullback too.
Yeah. So there's nothing wrong with waiting, right? I mean, I had that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make freak everybody out and say, oh, get them now because once the program launches, they're going to $30 a piece. I mean, that could happen, right? But for me, I feel more comfortable having them there because they're cheap. But like, you're totally right. I mean, if they change something on us after I bought a whole bunch, that's going to suck. And I would think that would be brutal because they've, that would really hurt a lot of people's gems, right? If they did that. But in the first, like, if you find out that it really does help and make a difference and they provide more incentives, then I guess it's just timing, right? So you're looking for the right timing, and I'm not going all in. Like I'm not selling, I'm not selling R2D2 and buying, 300 uncommons, I'll just wait. I'll wait on that. But who knows what comes down the road, right? Because I mean, like, how are we going to compete if you're not a whale? How do you compete, right? So I think the program looks like it's kind of tailor-made for picking up these comic books. Like, I think that's kind of, in my opinion, sort of like that's what they're thinking, because they allow you to stack them, right? I mean, who's going to stack, like uncommon Mrs. Invisible or whatever at $60 a piece or something, right? Like no one's going to do that, right?
Or at least they shouldn't.
Because like you could get 5 uncommon comic books for the same price, right? So it seems like they're sort of tailor made for the program.
I definitely think so. I do have a question. We're gonna field some questions from chat, but I do have one thing that will probably put you on a tangent, so I'm gonna save that for a bit later. He said, "What do you think about Captain America 117?" This is from AK. He said, "Bought like 25 of them today for around 20 gems each." So Captain America number 17. Not familiar with that one. I'm assuming you mean the commons if you bought them for that cheap.
Yeah, that's with the Falcon, right? The first appearance of Falcon. Yeah, that's a really cool comic. I mean, and a very famous character. You could pair it up with the Marvel Mighty, right? You'd have 2 sort of first appearances, right? Yeah, it's a cool comic. I mean, I don't think it's not major, it's not a major first appearance like yet. Depends on what they do with the character, right? But I think it's a cool comic. The art looks great. I mean, you got Captain America's big shield there right on the front. And of course, the Falcon's really cool. He's got that kind of uniquely funny green weird outfit that's kind of like funny. It's kind of old school. It's kind of like, what were they thinking, in some ways. That makes it kind of funny. I like the common better than the uncommon because of Captain America, because he's like, that shield has a lot of like visual power that people really enjoy. But yeah, he's a cool character, right? I actually, the funny thing about that is I've never read that comic in my life in real like at all. So I almost want to get it just to read it, because I've never actually even read it. Like I don't
get it
know
for 20 gems today.
Yeah, I know, right? And then I maybe sell it back. I don't know if I don't like the story or something, but yeah, I think it's cool. But like I said, any of these comics that are at that level, they're not like, necessarily high-end Grail materials, right? So if you're going to buy that, you have to hold it for a long time if you think it's going to go up, even if it's going to double to 40. You just got to go with what's popular, right? So if you really want it to double, so yeah, it's a long-term thing, I would think. Nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, and I think, that, in my opinion, that's probably one of the perfect comics to get, and not the perfect comic, but like one that's really cheap, but like the comic or the first appearance is popular enough that people would recognize it, or like there's actually current entertainment being made about it, with Sam Wilson and Falcon and like the whole thing going on. Like people are still gonna know what this is even years from now, right? And you got it while it's cheap,
Yeah, definitely. No, it's definitely a key issue in the real world. It's not first appearance Iron Man or anything, but it's it's a key issue for sure, right? For sure.
What was another one? Someone also talked about. Okay, maybe I said. Yeah. What is the long-term value of Fantastic Four #5 ultra rare? It's so hard to tell like long-term value of. I would assume it's the same thing for comics, especially since it's like slow and steady. Then it just kind of pops off really quick, right? And then it goes back to going slow and steady. Then it just pops off. It's so hard to determine things like long-term value. Like I show people Todd as an example. I know he's like a Grail, but it's like when things just swing, or even Superman. Like Superman skyrocketed up to $8,000, and then he just sank all the way down to like 4,800. It's like things sometimes just go up in value by 3x, and then it goes down 40%. So it's hard to determine like what long-term value is. Even if you look at R2D2 and things, like sometimes things just shoot up and then shoot back down. Like all you have to, I feel like you just have to be more confident in just like the IP or the brand or the character, the comic that you're investing in, and just know like, hey, long term, this is going to go up. How much, I'm not sure, but I know it's going to go up. But because it's, one of the Grail comics, it's just going to go up more than the other comics, right? Because this is all like a new frontier when we're talking about, basically digital assets, right? You can't really compare it to the physical stuff because it's very different. So yeah, do you ever get those questions where people are like, hey, what's the best comic to hold long term, or like, where do you think this is going to be in a month? And you're just like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, no, all the time. And I wish I knew, like, I wish I could say, I wish I could say, oh yeah, you know what? Don't worry, buy it now. It's going to be up 35 gems in a week from now. And I know that's not what really they're asking. They just want to know if it's like something that they should invest in, right?
Yeah. So, or is this good? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Fantastic Four #5, right? That's the Doctor Doom one. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I mean, it's massive comic.
Yeah.
Like, just a staggering comic in the real world. I mean, like really, I mean, it's a reason why, like a $200 comic book in the app right now is really a high level comic. That's kind of what we're seeing. And and I had somebody, like I said, literally comment on one of my videos about why is Marvel Comics #1 a Grail, like the common? And I answered, absolutely. And they said, so why is it only 400 gems? Right? And I was like, it's 2022 February. That's why. Because we're so early. I mean, that's the only way I could answer it, like without saying, well, yeah, it's not 10,000 like Todd, right? It's not 10,000K yet. Will it get to 10,000K? I don't know, like if the common will, right? I mean, maybe it peaks at 2. I don't know. But, like these are massive comics. So
yeah.
Fantastic Four #5, I mean, it's never not going to be it's never going to be ignored. Let's say that.
Yeah, and you brought up an interesting point that because I don't know if you watched or how often you watch Non-Fungible Wonderful, but he did a review of this guy. I forgot his name, but he basically said he did it like live, like, hey, I'm gonna sell my Todd, I'm gonna sell, I think he sold his Todd, no, I think he sold his Rizzo and a few other things. He thinks Veve's in a bubble right now where like it's gonna burst, everything's gonna crash. I'm selling my stuff now, and it's only a matter of time. And he made a comparison. He's like, well, when you look at something like Secret Rare Spider-Man right now, it's 100K. It's like, why would someone jump on this app and buy Secret Rare Spider-Man for 100K when you can buy, a BMW or this watch or, this or that? It's like, or even if you were a Marvel comic book collector, just in general, or if you were just like a Marvel fan, like, why not go buy the Amazing Fantasy comic, the actual first appearance of Spider-Man, and buy that? That's like 100K, depending on the grading number. And Non-Fungible said, well, like, we're still in the early stages. And like, I put a comment on the video. I know this is kind of a bit of a tangent, so I apologize. But I put in the comments, I'm like, I don't think this guy realizes, like, if we're talking Amazing Fantasy that came out in 1962, like, I don't think he realizes that Veve's in the equivalent of like 1963. Like, it's still so early. Like we're basically, Veve's releasing their own versions of Amazing Fantasy right now, but it's only been a year. But I think but collectors now are a bit smarter now. They know what's going to do well. They know what the popular characters are and what's going to do well 5, 10, 15 years from now, which is why everyone's stocking up on it now. And I think the comics is, especially the collectibles, but comics as well, like, they still have so much more room to grow. We don't even have 2 million active users yet. Imagine once we get to 10, 15, 20, 100, that we're just going to reach whole new levels. And especially with comics, like I said before, like, they're not going to make more Fantastic Four number 5s. There's only going to be 30,000 of them ever, across 20 million people. And some of those people are going to have doubles, triples, stacks of 15, 20. And so now we're not talking like 16. There's not going to be 60,000 or 30,000 unique people that own comics. It's going to be probably closer to like 15 or 10. Who knows? And then what about renting? Can you rent out the comics? Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes with it. So, I know that was kind of a long tangent, but I think we are still in the early stages of comics. And like, if comics are doing this well this early, this is before Master Collector Program, before we can do VR and you can show your kids your comics and all that stuff, at least like not over the phone and stuff, right? So I know I went on a big tangent. I don't know if anything stuck to you or if anything you want to comment on that, but.
Oh yeah, no, I totally agree. And it's actually funny because, like with anything, like, when that person said, oh, it's a bubble, it's going to burst or whatever. And, who knows, maybe everybody clears out because some new thing comes on. But, I always I don't think that's even remotely possible because of the fact of the stuff that we have in here. And one main point I wanted to make after hearing the comment about, well, why would you go and buy $100,000 or whatever when you could go buy, like Amazing Fantasy in real life, right? In the real world. Why would you do that in the app? And my thought is, well, I wouldn't. Like, I wouldn't go right now and buy Secret Rare Marvel Comics #1, like me personally, right? Because it's already gone. Like, it's gone, right? Yep. And if I was here 6-7 months ago, then maybe I would have picked one up then, right?
Yep.
The trick here is to see what's not gone yet and what you can get. And the fact that we're surrounded by all these first appearances, like in the collectibles, and we're surrounded by all these comics that are still like really affordable, in my opinion. I mean, they're all going to go to certain levels that, are going to be out of reach for people. Like, so when let's I have to go in a few minutes, right? Because it's getting close to dinner. And I mean, I wish I could stay all night, right? But
yeah, I figured I would just keep talking until you had to go. So that was
yeah, me too. I could just keep talking. Believe me, I could talk for like 24 straight hours about this stuff. I don't know if anyone would want to listen, but I could talk. But like, let's say, for example, we're all talking about Pokemon. I see people in the chat. There's a few comments about it. Like, if it shows up, okay, let's say Pokemon gets announced and it comes. Okay, so everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, Pokemon. I'm going to go all over Pokemon. Okay, so how many Pokemon collectors are going to suddenly be active users? There was a comment that was in the live chat, and I'm really sorry I didn't get the name of it, but it's up somewhere. And someone said that Vive's creating collectors, right? And I thought that was really, really an awesome comment. It might have been Kryptoni. I think he might have said that. He seems
like a smart guy, or at least he knows his comics.
Yeah. It seemed like he said absolutely right to something I said. So he's definitely a smart guy. So no, I'm just kidding. No, so if we get all these Pokemon, let's say we get, say Pokemon shows up and we know how big that brand is. Let's say we get, 3 million Pokemon collectors suddenly come into the app. Okay. And they're going for Pokemon, right? They're like, we're in it. Once they're in, okay, then they're going to look around, right? And what are they going to see, right? They're going to see everything else we have. I mean, they're going to see comic books. They go, oh, comic books, check that out, right? I mean, these are all collectors. These are people that they're going to start looking around, and it's just going to boost everything, right? So I can't imagine this app just dying out. I mean, like I don't know. Well, why would I? I'm just going to sell out everything, and that's totally cool. If you want to do that, great. Maybe sell everything and hold on to your gems, and then wait and see what happens, and then buy back in. Like maybe when Pokemon comes. But like I said, there's no way that this app is dying. The brands behind it are too powerful. Like, did you guys watch the the Disney interview that was on with NFT? Well, no,
NFT Pirate.
That with the
and Randy Chavez. Randy Chavez and NFT Pirate both had really good Disney related interviews, like 2 days back to back. Yeah.
Did you? So I watched that whole thing. I couldn't stop watching it. Right, I commented down below.
Yep.
And just the enthusiasm for Disney, like people are like fanatics about Disney and about their fandom. And once they're in, they're in. Okay, they're not going to go, oh, you know what? I don't care about Spider-Man anymore. I'm just going to sell all my stuff and put my phone down. Like, most likely they're going to be in it, right? Because it's fun. Like, it replaced my mobile game. Like this app has replaced my mobile games. I used to play like mobile games, and I don't have time for mobile games now because I'm in the app all the time, having fun and looking at my collectibles and stuff. So it's the amount of people that come when they have a new big thing. It's just going to boost everything. So I think it's a bright future. I'm going to leave it at that for myself.
Yeah, of course.
I got to go.
Yeah, I know you got to. Yep. One last question before you go. It's a quick one. Will Marvel Comics #1 get to 1 million gems in your opinion? The secret rare at some point.
Oh yeah. Sure. Why not?
Yeah.
I don't know how many people would buy it. But it could get there. But here's the thing. So I was talking about, and I could talk about this a lot too. So. As we get more members and stuff, I know there are Discord groups and stuff with people who own like a partner statue, and they're like together and chit chatting. And there's people who own like these groups. Like it happens on the open sea with NFT collections and all sorts of places. And if all those people that own secret rare Marvel Comics #1, let's say 70% of them decide, you know what, let's just delist and set the price at $1 million tomorrow. Right? And they just say, well, I'm not going to sell it because it's too important. Okay, so you're going to have some stragglers who aren't in the group, who don't care or who don't whatever. And, the remaining will get bought up. And then it's $1 million. That could literally happen in a week from now if people decided to do that, right? And that's kind of like scary, but also amazing, right? But that's what's going to happen. They're so rare, okay? And it's such an important comic in this app that whatever they decide to dictate the price, great. Now, will it sell? I mean, you're going to pay $1 million for that. But then again, if you're on the NFT space, okay, think about this before people start not giving any power to the amount of people out there who have disposable income. Or
crypto rich
superstar. But yeah, if you go on OpenSea, people pay. And I know this is funny, Justin Bieber. Okay, I didn't think I'd ever mention him in the stream. But he was on famously about 4 or 5 days ago. I own a few NFTs on the OpenSea, and he literally he went on a spending spree, and it was about a 2-hour window, and you can see everything that he has. That's a different system, right? I'd love to have that for us too, where we could look at everything. And he bought a $1.3 million Bored Ape. Okay, and that's a JPEG. Okay, so I love the Bored Apes. I think they're fantastic, and you can monetize them and all that kind of stuff, right? There's a whole thing about that. That's 1.3 mil. Okay, and that's just like, that's a cultural phenomenon, not a historically significant comic book or something. So of course it could hit 1 million.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I don't know if it will, but you know,
yeah,
of course.
Especially since we don't, at least openly, we don't have a ton of celebrities on the platform, and also like there are some people that own a lot of ETH and or a lot of OMI. Like there are people in the community right now that have openly said like, I own hundreds of millions of OMI, or I own 1 billion OMI. And like once we get to OMI to NFT, like I think those are the people that are going to be buying these things at absurd prices, or just literally just sweeping the floors because they're like, yeah, the whole gem thing's kind of weird, but like I don't know, I got 500 million OMI, like I'll just buy this up, like whatever, like I'll buy it up, like it's like, and
you know what people are doing, right? You know what people are doing in the digital age, right? And I'd love to hear what people think about this, but people are looking for places to put their money. They're looking for safe places to invest in, right? So what are you going to do? Are you going to go and buy a bunch of real estate with $1 million? You could, right? You could buy a couple of houses, or you could buy stocks, you could buy whatever, or you could buy Batman, you know, like you could literally buy a piece of Batman, and, you know, Batman's not going to, you're not going to find out in the news tomorrow that, you know, Batman is, you know, robbing banks and like in the real world and slapping babies in the face, like, and no one likes him anymore. It's Batman. So, you know, when people look at like what they're putting their money into, and where they want to keep it, you know, as opposed to just having it, like this is new. Digital assets are a thing. They're for real. People better, you know, I mean, I know we're all preaching to the choir here, but like, it's a thing. Like people will spend $1 million on a digital asset. Like they'll spend $1 million on a Bored Ape or something like that. And there's no reason why, you know, Batman and Superman and Spider-Man can't get $1 million.
Yep.
Like if you can give a Bored Ape to a monkey that's like cool and it's a cultural phenomenon and a status symbol, why can't you have $1 million for a Todd?
Yep.
It's exactly the same thing. Although Batman's like, you know, been around for like what, 80 years? Or Mickey Mouse. I mean, you know, right? I mean, anyway, I'll leave it at that because I gotta go. But
of course,
I really want to thank you for inviting me over here. It was so fun. I mean, I just loved it. Like it's my first time I've ever been on a live stream, you guys. So I wouldn't have picked a better place. I mean, I love your channel. It's so great. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for stopping by. And where can people find you? What's your, I just put like a picture of like one of your thumbnails because like your actual logo didn't have like your face on it. So I wanted to make sure people could at least like kind of see your face. So I just did like your most recent thumbnail, but so where can people find you?
Maybe next time I won't have so much technical difficulties. I'll figure it out. And then I'll be able to maybe video, you can see my face, but yeah, I'm just My Collectibles, you know, on YouTube, right?
Cool.
So
yeah, I'll link it here shortly after you leave, but thank you so much again for stopping by, and you take care. All right.
All right. Talk to you guys later. Have a good night, guys.
All right. Bye. That was nice, dude. I learned so much about comics. We're gonna turn up the music here a little bit. I you know, I apologize to some of the people that came here for me doing hyper analytical, just running through charts and stuff all the time, but been trying to make a more concerted effort this last week, just trying to get in contact with their content creators that just know more than I do when it comes to like we had Veve in 3 yesterday. He knew a lot of, he really does his research. I commented on one of his videos this morning where he talked about the cover girls, and he's already working on another video right now that he knows what he's talking about. Whenever a new drop comes out, if you wanted to know any information about the IP historically, the artist, or whatever's involved, like he's your guy. And if anything comics related, it sounds like it sounds like My Collectibles, like he used to own a kind of like a game store / like comic shop for like a long time, and he's very well versed. Like I know nothing about comics, like I just know the big name stuff, but he seems really well versed in that. So thank you again for stopping by. I'm gonna go ahead and link his YouTube channel, and it seems like Kryptony, thank you again. It seems like you and My Collectibles were like on the same page about a lot of things, and even though we talked about comics today, like My Collectibles talks about everything. And the one thing I do like is when I watch his channel is like when he does his recommendation. I'm gonna link it right here. when he does his like little recommendation sessions or videos, he does a combination of comics and collectibles. So it's not just comics or collectibles. It's like he does a much better job on recommendations in that sense, because he knows the comic and collectible side really well. I just know the collectible side very, very well. So. Breaking news, Andre sold his Bitcoin for Omi. Interesting. I'm not sure if that's true or not. I might have to look into that later. So I think so. I'm stacking. Good evening. Mendes Flips, thanks for stopping by. Is it true that Marvel Mighties will become a game in the VVverse and become valuable? They're already valuable, even if there is no gamification. There's a lot of FAs tied to Marvel Mighties, so I don't think that's going to go anywhere anytime soon. Great stream. 2 things I've learned recently: never bet against Zuckerberg or bet against Disney. Yeah. Pixel Trader, epic stream. Thank you for stopping by. Mendes Flips. I only have 450k Omi. Yeah. I don't have any Omi right now. Again, I mentioned that before. I just don't have like a ton of fiat to put into Omi, and plus it seems like it's kind of like a difficult process. Like maybe if I'm stop being lazy, I could probably put some in. But even if I did have extra money, like I don't know if I would put it in Veve or Omi right now. But I've even entertained the idea of cashing out all of my NFTs and just putting it all in Omi. But I don't think I could do that, just because I really like playing this Veve game and doing the market and flipping. And, you know, the easiest way to understand the market is to actually put some money in it, you know, put some skin in the game to actually do it. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and get back to our like typical. I do want to just kind of change this up really quick. I think I probably need to clear some of this. Yeah, that's a lot. So that will help speed things up, because sometimes the stream or whatever this does lag. So we'll go back to our usual streaming stuff. So I hope you guys don't mind that. I mean, it seems like you guys enjoy it. You guys seem to understand that, like, we got a guest on. You guys are starting to ask more questions instead of going through the market. There could be something happening in the near future with me and those other guys that were on earlier today, and Chris too. Chris coming on earlier today was awesome. I think me and him do think alike in a lot of ways. He's definitely, I think I'm definitely, I don't say better, but like the way I think is, it seems like the majority of people in here are new-ish, and so I like to recommend certain NFTs, kind of stick to the big 3, and there's occasionally some other ones. But Chris is very good on like day flipping, so he does occasionally his late night streams where he snipes stuff on the market, finds low mint stuff or undervalued stuff on the market when they get posted, and then he snipes it. And he also probably does medium and like long-term plays too. But yeah, we both understand the market, I would say, very well, but just in slightly different ways. And so I think giving that perspective is good. Great content, well-versed, definitely. I'm sorry. Ravik? I cannot pronounce that. I apologize, but I'm just going to call you Ravik. Star Wars is being slept on. R2-D2 easily 150k. C-3PO easy 70k in the future. Yeah, I agree. But at what time point, right? I think just because we know something is going to be this price 5, 10, 15 years in the future, doesn't mean there's other things that can't reach that high right now, right? I could say the same thing. Why is no one buying the Secret Rare Marvel Comics? It'll be 1 million gems. Like, why aren't people buying it now? It's like, well, A, not everyone can afford it right now. And B, by what timeline, right? If we go by that school of thought, technically every single NFT on the Veve platform is undervalued. So why not you just buy it all? It's all going to go up in a year, 2 years, 3 years. Like, everything's going to be profitable. Why not buy everything? But I get what you mean. Not trying to make fun of it or anything like that, but it is just kind of a interesting thought. CM 3PG Media, I had Omi long before you ever heard of it. Probably. I don't know. I want to invest in Omi. I heard about Veve first. I didn't even know Omi was the thing. And so I didn't put a ton of money into Veve. Won a handful of drops early on. Sold that. Did a lot of flipping in the meantime. So, but the goal at the end of the day, to be honest, is to be able to do this full time. Like, I would love to be able to do this full time with you guys as well, and be able to help, you know, newer users as well as veteran users onto what to invest. What does the daily market look like? What am I thinking? Occasionally bring on other content creators. What are they thinking? You know, these last 2 guests it was mostly just, I told them like, hey, if you want to come on, that's great, and we'll just shoot the shit, talk about Veve. Like, it doesn't have to be anything specific or about the market or last drop or next drop. It's like just talk and just field questions from chat. Like, that's the way I like to do it, even though it might seem a bit ranty or directionless, like between me and the guest or whatever. But it's like I'd rather have it be as organic and free form as possible than have it be super restrictive, you know. Dude got a small bag at least, yeah. Oh, millionaire, hell yeah. Jay East music. I enjoy this Kovo. I thought I subscribed, my bad. Hell yeah. Dude, I appreciate that. Just swept the floor on Hulk Future Imperfect. Doing all I can to maximize Master Collector points. Hell yeah. Then I totally don't blame you guys for stocking up on comics. I kind of wish I did sooner. But now that I feel like I'm a little behind, not even behind, but I'd rather wait for the Master Collector program to come out. Like, it's not something I'm super bullish on, but it's something I'm willing to put at least a few hundred gems into. And when they come out with that final version, I would love to just throw a few hundred gems at certain comics. You know, buy a rare of this, 5 or 6 uncommons. Okay, what's the next thing? Rare of this, 5 or 6 uncommons, and just kind of keep going back and forth, right? VV Bulls, ecomi has been a stable. I made a mistake not buying more in the summer at 0.003. Oof. I think you're talking about not this last summer, but the summer prior, right? I could be wrong. Good for you. How much you cashed out, player? 2PG media? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but I have 180 gems. What do you think I should buy? Will the Trill? Personally, I think you should save 60 gems to play the drops tomorrow. I wouldn't spend all of it right now, so I personally, it's probably closer to 100, 120. I think you should play the drop tomorrow, because even if you win and you don't care about the cover girls, you can always flip it. Like, to be honest, that's what I'm gonna do. Maybe unless I get Wonder Woman, like, I might hodl her for a bit, but even then, I think I would sell her at her peak on the market, ideally, and then maybe try and rebuy her when she's at the bottom, but unlikely. Yeah. Buy ASM 1 #1 comic, yeah. Yeah, I agree. So what can we do? Like, I'm curious to see how cheap Deadpool's like really are right now. It looks like the uncommon finally went below 100. Deck the Halls is at 150. Let's check out the new Spider-Man Marvel Mighties. 189. Yeah, these have actually retraced like pretty hard. So Ghost Spider is down to 130. Like, Ghost Spider isn't terrible, but it wouldn't leave you with enough gems to, unless the market is still a little behind. Let's see. Ghost Spider. What am I doing? I'm on YouTube on my phone. It's like, it was just a complete brain fart. I'm like, what is going on? Oh my gosh. Yeah, here we go. What is Ghost Spider at right now? I think Ghost Spider's pretty decent at, okay, so she's still at 130. Nothing going on. I mean, obviously you have your Storm. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Not Sue Storm, you want Storm. Yeah, Common's at 72, so she's actually gone down a bit. To be honest, I would just save the gems. Like, there's 2 drops happening the next 2 days. One's 60 gems, the other one's 40. There's a small chance that, like, tomorrow, like, let's say you get I think the Batgirl common. There's a small chance that she could actually sell for kind of low, or maybe you just want to hold on to it for a day because you think it's going to sell more like Sunday morning than it will that first day. So as of right now, I would just hold. Honestly, there's not too much you can get. Again, there's always comics. Again, like, I think it's just because I don't know the comic values off the top of my head. I can't just be like, yo, okay, 180 gems. Yeah, just buy this one. Like, you can get 5 or 6 commons for under 100. Just buy these. So I could be wrong. I have 180 gems. What do you think I should buy? Yeah. Stack Marvel Mighty, Fantastic Four commons. It's not a terrible move. I do think some things would pump better in the meantime, like some of the Spider-Mans. I know it's a bit more expensive than the Marvel Mighties that you're suggesting, but like I think Zombie Hunter Spidey and some of those, like the Spider-Mans in general, I think are just going to be the next ones to pump. Maybe not the Marvel Mighty versions, but for sure the like the normal, you know, the, what do you call them? I'm trying to remember the term that that My Collectibles use for like the more physical, realistic version, basically the non-Marvel version, Marvel Mighty version. Wow, Deadpool, ugly sweater, 94 gems. Yes, indeed. That is really inexpensive. I mean, that's not bad either. Buying Omi isn't that difficult. Selling her pennies will be great. Oh, I don't doubt that at all. It's just legitimately like almost all of my assets are tied up in Veve. So one day I even thought about like, okay, is it better to, yeah, completely cash out, get Omi, and then when Omi, hopefully, I mean, it's depending on how many exchanges it is on and how much it really blows up. I mean, hell, I could put it all at Omi, wait a month or 2 or 3 months, however long it takes. Then once that explodes, but it sounds like Omi to NFT won't happen till the end of this year. David, you did say, someone asked like, hey, when are we gonna get Omi to NFT or MTL? He said MTL is gonna come before. And he said Omi to NFT is later this year, which in my mind probably means at the very earliest, like late Q3, probably Q4. When someone says later this year. What was the first NFT you bought on Veve? The first NFT I bought. The first one I won was Elsa. It's funny because my friend asked me this question like a month ago and I don't remember off the top of my head. And this account that I have here is like not like my original one, because the original one I made was just a whatever name. Then I made a new account with that had the actual name Veve Vibes on it. So I think it was, I remember it was a my very first purchase was I believe a black OG Devil Bunny. That was like my very first purchase on the app, because you know, at that point I only won a couple drops. I sold a bunch of things for I sold a couple things for a lot of gems before I actually bought anything. And then I was like, you know, I'm gonna play this market thing. I tend to play markets very well. I've done it in a lot of other just video games, but also I've done digital collecting and selling in the past. I'll try it. And then I just noticed OG Devil Bunny at the time. I mean, I'll even pull it up. I'm trying to think like, what was I thinking when I bought that? The OG Devil Bunny, that was my first purchase, was the black one, because I think that one was like the cheapest. I wasn't sure if I wanted the red or anything like that. I think it was, this is kind of what I was like still learning like the market of I think I bought it like down here. I remember just thinking like, all right, I'm gonna sell this, and I held my gems for a few days until I could kind of understand the market, and I bought it for somewhere around down here, probably between, I don't even know, somewhere around here. It was definitely like late November, early December is when I bought it. And then I probably flipped it later for either tiny margin or whatever. Like I wasn't really sure at the time. That was like my very first purchase ever. I was kind of like, just buy it and just see what happens. And I saw the listings were super high, and I was like, well, if the listings are high, it's only a matter of time before this goes down and like this will go up. But yeah, that was my first purchase. I think was OG Devil Bunny Black. Will the troll, I could buy Ghost Spider after the drop, but if I get it, Ghost Spider after the drop, if I don't get it, maybe. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah, like play the drop. If you don't get it, you can buy it and still have enough gems for the drop on Sunday, because I believe the drop on Sunday is 40 gems. How's it going, everyone? Exactly speak, it's going pretty good. Joshua, Trong, Iron Man or Wally plus Uncommon Steamboat Willie. I'd probably go, I think both of them are gonna do very well. Joshua, would you do a lot, like, are you trying to do this long-term hodl, Or do you want to be able to like flip something and keep playing the game? Because if you're looking to maybe be able to flip it for profit, I would do Wally plus Uncommon Steamboat Willie, so that way you can sell either one for profit and like keep playing the game while hodling one. But if you're doing long term, I would get Iron Man. Long term Iron Man. If you do anything other than long term, do Wally and Uncommon Steamboat Willie. Kevin Gray, I'm new to this NFT flipping collecting space, and I thought you guys would have good info. You came to the right place, Kevin. Indeed, you did. So just if you had literally any questions, don't think it's silly or dumb or anything like that. Like, hey, what does FA mean? And I'm going to come out with a video on that in the very near future, with just, you know, VV terms you should know. What does FA mean? What does FE mean? What does floor mean? What does, you know, flipping? What does, you know, fiat? I don't know what like actual fiat meant. I had to like look it up, which isn't a huge deal, but I know that's not like an actual VV term, but it's a term that is used quite a bit. You know, MTL, OMI, like what are these terms? Like, especially if you're new to the space, you're like, what does any of this stuff, you know, mean? And because I've been there. That was me legitimately 4 months ago. I knew none of it, but usually when I get into a new topic or a new community or investment, I become obsessive about it, and I put an unhealthy amount of hours and time into it to understand it. Lunar Stamps, the whole set for 200 gems. Wow. That is probably really good for the Master Collector program. Let me pull that up. That's another term, MCP. People are like, what does MCP mean? Oh, it means Master Collector program. I probably won't go in depth in the video like what Master Collector program is, but just like, this is what it means. It's a point system setup that rewards people for collecting NFTs that you can then cash in for like raffles and stuff later or whatever. And that's it. Like, I'd keep it very simple and keep it more about the terms itself. So let's check out VV set list. I'm assuming it's updated by now. At least I would hope so. Is this it? Okay, cool. It is. I thought I was like still loading. I'm like, what's happening here? So if we check this out, I'm actually should probably take off the picture of our friend My Collectibles here. Forgot that was still there. So this is vvsetlist.com. I'll go ahead and type it in chat so you guys know. Setlist.com. The Pilly, I think it's Pilly Fantasy. That's not updated. Yeah, so it seems like right now the best Master Collector points is this. This is collectibles sets. So you can switch between the two. So the best sets, we're gonna ignore the top two because that is the drops that haven't happened yet and they're going off box price, not actual price. The Imperial Lotus Dragons, it seems, but again, it's gonna cost you 1,400 gems to get to that point. Actually, no, let me organize this. Okay, that seems better. I'm like, it said 160 something gems per MCP. I'm like, that seems like a lot. But yeah, Lunar New Year, under 200, 30 gems per MCP. That's better than like most comics right now. It's actually not a bad, probably not a bad thing to get into. So you can see stamps are low. The Christmas stamps are low. Both Murmacorno sets or series sets are very good. But again, you know, in order to get to this point, you're gonna have to spend 800 gems. Stamps seem to be pretty good for the Master Collector program. And then we get on to the comics. Right now, Daredevil 25, 26. Wow, there's actually quite a few for below. So 26 gems per Master Collector point on the Daredevil, Captain America, Amazing Spider-Man annual. It's funny because these are like literally all the comics you guys were asking about earlier, right? Like I remember someone asked about Captain America 117 and the Amazing Spider-Man annual. Someone asked about Daredevil 25, or like that was the one that they stacked a ton of. Yeah, like these are all like technically these are all the best for the Master Collector program. But remember, for comics, after you buy one rare, the next one is half as many points. So it's better, like My Collectible said, like buy one rare and then stack the rest of commons or uncommons, whichever is cheaper. For the most part. And if we look here, like the least expensive uncommon for stacking is Ultimate Fantastic Four number 21. followed by Peter Parker's Spectacular Spider-Man, and then it goes down from there. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I really like this chart. I hope you guys put that on there for the most part. But like single collectibles, like solo collectibles, that's another thing that they have here. So if it's a solo collectible, if you wanted to buy just one, the cheapest one, again, the Pili Fantasy is still not updated, but pretty much any of the Eternals, at least like Cersei, Phastos, Kingo, I still don't even know how to pronounce their names. I haven't seen the show. Aquaria, Perlina, Korra. So it seems like a lot of the Myrmicornos right now are pretty good for Master Collector points, like, you know, gem per point for the most part. So cool. Close out of that. Didn't see any OG Devil Bunnies. It's unfortunate. Okay, Vivi Bulls. Omi would need to get on Coinbase, Binance, and FTX to take off. Yeah, I agree. I would assume. 3GP Media. Anyone know a reputable escrow? Would like to do some trading, but hesitant. Don't want to get burned. I feel like at some point I would like to be that person that could escrow. Because honestly, like that's part of very small part of the reason why I wanted to do this, because I do want to do an escrow service, because like I put my face out there, and like I feel like that would make me more reputable. Like I'm not willing to burn down my whole YouTube name and face and career and reputation, all that stuff, just to make a quick buck or anything like that. But at the same time, I'm not exactly sure. I'm not familiar with it. I think before I even offer that kind of service, like me personally, I would have to engage in it. Even if it was like a very small transaction, I just want to understand how it works for the most part. But at least like, I would recommend you to like Randy Chavez, but he is so busy with his stream and the stuff he's doing and escrow. So I would say unless the other person is ready to go and you guys are both about to do it, and not on the fence and not sure, and you know, could you pay a little bit more gems or do this, like that's a bit different. So yeah, 3GP Media. I'm sure there's some other people, but I just don't know them off the top of my head. I don't have those kind of connections. Like if I did, I would tell you, but I just don't know. Kryptony. Growth in this closed system is unmatched. The ROI is incredible. I wouldn't cash out. Just sell a Todd or something and buy some Omi. Yeah, well, I don't own a Todd. I do have a... But that's the thing, right? Like, the amount of money you can get on this is just insane, right? Like, even if because probably the most expensive thing I have right now is my ultra rare Steamboat Willie, which, I mean, went down 3K since like a few weeks ago. But even in my head, I'm like, gosh, what if I sold that? Or like, what if that really takes off? But then again, like Omi is still below a penny. It's still in a prime position where it could just takes off. Use Kobe Collects for escrow. I vouch for him. Yeah, that's another thing too. I don't know Kobe Collects does escrow, but I would trust that man with my stuff if I did it. AKA Bash. So a Zombie Hunter worth 210? Is it worth 210 right now? If that's the case, that's great. But then again, I've been telling people to buy Zombie Hunter Spider-Man since it was like 275, 250, and he's still going down. I do think Spider-Man's will do a reversal and come back up. It might just take a bit longer. Batgirl kind of thick. I haven't seen. I didn't look that closely. Dude, I do like Supergirl as well as Wonder Woman in those. Harley Quinn a little too cray-cray for me. Kryptony. Pluto and Daisy are my best recent investments. Pluto paid $960. Daisy I paid $380. Yeah, those are both great, especially Daisy. I bought an extra. What's it called? I bought an extra mini yesterday. Kind of wish I sold her at the peak, but I thought about selling her when she was above 700 a couple times, just because I have doubles, so it's like I might as well just take profit on it, and if I still want to keep her, I can rebuy it. But yeah, Yeah, but at least for Zombie Hunter Spider-Man, I think it's still a solid buy. Please tell me how to get those red circles in my Twitter profile name or at all. Betty Bays. How do I get those red circles? Betty Bays, thank you for the $1, dude. Don't feel like you have to do that to get my attention. I'll get to it. How do I get those red circles for YouTube or Twitter? Honestly, what I did was just I found someone else that already had it or already had it. I just copy and pasted it. That's all I did. So I don't know exactly how you do it. I think that it's also there in like the Veve Discord as well. Like you can maybe copy and paste just like the graphic on it or whatever. But I appreciate the $1, dude. Yeah, you didn't have to give me $1 to just ask me that question. I would have gotten around to it. TY Rod, I respect your grind. Impressive AMA seem to okay, multiple accounts by same users. You see multiple devices use growing after the queue system because it'll be easier to get in. For sure. I could definitely see that happening. The thing is, like, is it going to be tied to IP? How many per person? Like, of course, like, Veve doesn't want to give any hard facts as to like how many phones you would need before you get detected or whatever. So they're never going to tell us that information. But I mean, there's going to be people out there that'll probably just potentially just push it to the limit because it's completely and utterly chance-based. It has nothing to do with, you know, quote unquote skill or understanding the system or anything like that. So, but Rod, I appreciate it, dude. I've been really pushing these this last month or so to make it full time on just YouTube or just like get more well known in the community. And I'm like, community's young. We have new people joining every day, as we saw earlier. We had this nice gentleman in here. What was his name? Say he's new. I don't know. I think I missed it. I called him out earlier, and he said he was new. So I'm always happy to help new people with this stuff, and like eventually we're all gonna have to learn the secondary market. It's only a matter of time before we're basically forced by Veve to do it. Kevin Gray, that's who it is. He said he's new. We're gonna help him out, or at least I'm gonna try the best I can, for the most part. So, Veve Vibes, can you talk about Ultraman when the Asian market gets access to Veve gems? CM, you're probably the last person you want to ask about Ultraman. Like, I know David Yu was talking a bit about trying to get the Southeastern Asian market more on Veve. Obviously, we have the Pili thing. I still don't even know what that is. Like, some people are speculating, not even speculating, but some people said like, well, could this cause like a mini gem squeeze because David Yu kind of hyped it up? I still don't think that's the case. Like, I don't think people are gonna FOMO into this new drop and sell a ton of their collectibles, you know, to buy into this IP that people didn't even know existed 3 days ago. And it's in a completely different language, you know, natively. And we don't have localization, and we, you know, that was the thing. David Yu kind of hyped it up, which I don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's very, very good. But he didn't say a single word about when localization for, you know, Japanese, Chinese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, like none, like not even a timeline on localization. So it might not happen till like, I'm not saying those people from those regions like can't come into the app today and just find the stuff, but it's unlikely. It's no different than if I downloaded an app that was in Mandarin and I'm trying to understand it, and I just see all these like crazy logos and arrows and plus signs, like buy this, do that. I'm like, this looks kind of like a scam. Like, I don't know, like, and until I have a friend that understands Mandarin and explains it to me, like, I don't like, hey, I own that app, or like, hey, that's a pretty popular thing. Like, yeah, you can do this. Like, but until you have someone show you like how it works, or unless it's in your language and you could trust it a bit more, it's very hard to follow through, right? So I think that's how a lot of people that aren't English speakers right now kind of view Veve a bit. Kryptonite, I FOMO'd into Donald Duck. Dude, that's a great NFT to FOMO into. Come on, you're really gonna skip Ultraman? No, I mean, okay, I'll pull it up, but again, I don't think it's... What were we asking about specifically? Did I skip it, or did I like skip your original question? Not Southeast, China, Japan, yeah. But as far as I know, and I've heard this multiple times, is that this Ultraman that you see here is not the original Ultraman. I'm not saying it's going to do terrible because of that, but it would do a lot better if it was actually the original Ultraman, not the Shinjiro is the son of the first Ultraman. I mean, maybe not. But like this is the OG Ultraman. And again, I haven't done a lot of research into this, so I'm not, you know, just, this is not financial advice. Like this is still just what I've heard from other people. Like that's the OG Ultraman right there, the poster version, not the collectible version. In my opinion, and maybe that was intentional. Maybe Veve doesn't want to release the OG version until we actually get them on board, and then we release the OG version. Who knows? I could be completely wrong. But I like just way too many catalysts. It would take way too long. Will it be a big sell-off? Sure, but I think between now and when that happens, there's going to be infinitely better things to invest your money in. Like imagine if you sold Ultraman Ace a week ago, kind of roughly around the time when the Disney cards were dropped. So a week ago, what's today, February? Imagine you sold it a week ago for $1,700. Or even if you sold it at its low point, $1,300. Imagine if you invested that in what, 4 cards? Disney cards? Which is what I would have done. That's exactly what I did. I sold a Joker, FA Joker, at a loss. So I had enough gems to basically buy an extra like 2 cards. I sold them for, I think, $1,350 when I bought him at $1,650. So I took a 300 gem loss so I could then buy 3 Disney cards. I don't know. I mean, it was just in a pool of gems, so I don't know like, whoa, what this helped me afford or whatever, but I assume it probably helped me get an extra Mickey and 2 minis. And then now look at them now. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's eventually these will sell and be profitable. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's like there's just better things to invest in the meantime. You know, why invest in something like this that's speculative, region-based, not the actual FA of the OG version, and, you know, hope localization follows through. Like, we have to get follow through on Veve's end, as well as, you know, China or whatever, and their government and allowing NFTs and all that stuff. We have to wait for them to follow through. And then even when they get here, some of the fans might not like this version of Ultraman. Don't get me wrong, it'll probably pump, but it's like, maybe not as much as like the OG version. So like, it's just way too much speculation, way too much reliance on other people and companies like trying to follow through with their stuff. It's like, I'd rather stick with people and brands that people know internationally already have. That's just me personally. So like I said, I'm probably the least bullish person to talk about in general, just about Ultraman. That's just me personally. He's gonna have his time, but it's not now. And until I hear, and same thing with like the whole Veveverse, like until I get information and I know something's gonna happen, like I'm not gonna invest this early into something when I know there's just better investments or better flips to be had. But emojis, there you go, Benny. Yeah, grab those. Have you seen common Mickey card go up? Yeah, probably. I mean, all the Mickey cards, or just like the Mickey stuff in general, is doing a bit of retracement. It seems like Goofy and Pluto are holding pretty strong, but I believe Mickey, gosh, what is it? Mickey, Minnie, Donald, and probably Daisy retraced a bit. Yeah, they've all retraced a bit. It's natural. They pumped up a lot. So people are taking profits. Who knows? There could be a secondary pump afterward, or we might just see a nice little plateau or healthy retracement for the next like week, as the Spider-Mans and as the Black and White series Batmans get bought up, because those are absurdly priced right now too. What kind of utility do you think, if any, they could bring to the Mickey and Friends cards? Not entirely sure. Like real world utility? I don't know. I don't think Disney needs to do real world utility. I don't think they need to do that, like, at all. If they do, that's just a bonus. But honestly, I don't think Disney needs to do that. Like, there's such a huge brand and IP. Like, I mean, it's probably the most recognizable company in the world. Other than maybe like, I don't know. It's one of them. So, and that's my take. And if they do, I don't know. I haven't been to Disneyland since like high school. I mean, it's been a while. So I can tell, like, I don't go to the parks enough or buy like Disney memorabilia where I'm like, you know, it'd be kind of cool if they did this at the Disneyland park or this or that. Like, I just don't know. It's in the emoji tab. Okay, I'm not bullish on Ultraman, but he looks good. He does look great. Yeah. Sam, China market, Japan market for Ultraman. Trust, not Southeast. Sure. Kryptonite localization is rumored the beginning of next year. That's what I heard as well. Nathan Scully. Early days of Veve had China-only releases. Vivi's already there, albeit in English. Yeah. Ultraman, Asia Superman. True. Is it this version, though? Pilly Drop is China. Look at the names. I don't know. But at the same time, I heard it just like took Japan by storm. That's probably why I thought it was Japanese, is because that like the article that was kind of, I think, connected to the Pilly Drop was like, that was what was mentioned. Like, this thing is taking Japan by storm. So, hello. Birana, Karthik, what's up? What's up, Susan, and your weird messages all the time. No matter with Qatar, just drop 1K in comics, baby. Let's go. Good move. Comics are down. Kryptonite, burn Omi, burn. Burana Ultraman franchise is close to 10 billion. However, DC and Marvel is 4 times larger franchises. MTL coming soon. Hashtag soon. Yeah. I'd be surprised if it's before the end of March. I'd be surprised. But it could be sooner. Could be a bit later. I'm not sure. Kryptonite, I bought Pluto when everyone was nuts over Goofy. Bought Daisy when no one cared about her. LOL. Gotta know how to read the market. Exactly. I figured, because both Daisy and Minnie were both low. I just went with Minnie because I figured if either of them pumped, I figured Minnie would go a bit higher. Because there was a point where they were both like roughly the same price. But yeah, I didn't need to double down on Mickey or anything like that. Was just trying to find something that was good, good investment. Yeah, I'm under the same thought too. I don't like chasing pumps. I try to find either what people aren't looking at or try to find adjacent versions or like the uncommon versions of something. Like if the common's pumping, okay, what's the uncommon doing? Uncomic. What's the uncommon doing? Yeah, it's pretty cool. That's how I made, honestly, the majority of my money. Is just like either trying to predict the pump or just finding something adjacent. That's how I did well with Ben Reilly's. That's what I did well with Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Like all the Spider-Mans were pumping, and I'm like, you know what? Like the Zombie Hunter Spider-Mans are like the next cheapest thing. Like not everyone could, like the common and stuff was like running up to like 700, 800. I'm like, dude, that's so high. I'm like, all right, if I want to chase the Spider-Man pump, but I can't afford it, I would buy Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. So I'm going to do that. I bought 9 of them when they were at like 250 or 270 or something like that. Sold a good amount above 350, 400. Kevin Gray, which collectibles do you think are being slept on heavy right now in the 100 gem range? And it's Gavin. Did I say Gavin or did I say something weird? I'm sorry. I apologize if I like mispronounced your name. Under 100 gems, I would stick with comics. There's not a lot of like collectibles that are like heavily slept on. I will say this, Gavin, oh my God, I'm already gonna like butcher the name. If you have literally only 100 gems, I would save them for the drop tomorrow. I wouldn't buy anything right now, personally. Just save those for the next 2 drops, because you need exactly 100 gems. Like let's say you win the drop tomorrow, and you have 40 gems left plus the, whatever collectible you got. And you want to hold that, you get Wonder Woman. You're like, all right, I like this. I kind of want to hold this for a little bit longer before I sell it. You could do that. And then you still have 40 gems left over for the drop on Sunday. But if you have 100 to spend and you already have some left over for the drops, so if you want a solo NFT, Deadpool, uncommon, we just looked at it earlier. That's literally just under 100. That one's pretty good. The uncommon, he's wearing a Christmas sweater because it was part of a festive drop, and all that stuff. Eventually there are rumors, and it sounds like it's pretty much going to happen eventually. They're going to be able to like take off the sweater, so he's just standing there and all that stuff. So that one's good. Of course there's Storm, there's Groot, there's none of the black and white series are that cheap in my mind. Let's look at some of the Mighties, see if any of those are in that price range. I probably wouldn't get Spider-Woman either. This is most of the Eternal set. Fastos. He's only at 28. Jeez, that's really inexpensive. Cersei. Okay, that's why some of those were like really high on like the Master Collector points. I mean, you can get 2 of the Fantastic Four. Mr. Fantastic and like the Thing or something. Sam Wilson isn't bad either. I think Sam Wilson went up to like 1400 at one point. He was like really up there. But again, if you only have 100 gems, yeah, he like went up to 1400 twice, and then Resistance at 110. Yeah, he's heavily discounted. But again, if you legitimately only have 100 gems, I would just save them for the drops the next 2 days. And then if you didn't win or whatever happens, then probably invest. And even then, I'd probably invest in comics, even though it's kind of a slower burn. Though collectibles move a bit more, so not sure if you're trying to collect or do some flipping in the meantime. But those are a handful of suggestions, you know, including Storm, like the X-Men Storm. Come on, Storm, help me out here. There we go. Get the uncommon or common. I think common would be a bit easier to sell. And of course, the rarities don't always mean this is better. As you can see, the common is higher than the uncommon. They look different, but not sure why that. I mean, I do kind of remember when that craze started taking over the commons over the uncommons. But I think you can still definitely get away with getting the uncommon Storm. I mean, I like that stance better than just her just standing the way she is in the common. So I hope that helps you, Gavin. Kryptoni, do you think Wonder Woman will do better than the FA? I don't know. I think this is going to be a pretty interesting like topic. Do people want like the more realistic versions than like the FAs? Because Artist Alley, as well as the like Marvel Mighties and stuff like that, it's hard to tell. Will it perform better? It's hard to say, because Marvel Mighties, I mean, those can only be so expensive because the box price is initially really cheap, and all the other Marvel Mighties are only so expensive. So if you compare like the Captain Americas to like, you know, the Sam Wilson, the John Walker, and Steve Rogers, like, of course they're more expensive, but yeah, so it's hard to say. Do I think the new one will... Wonder Woman's on here, right? You know what? It might not be on here anymore because it's the exact same name. I doubt the ecomi wiki will actually pull it up, right? When people ask. That's unfortunate. Because the exact same thing happens with Catwoman. No, not Catwoman, Batgirl. Which, now we're going to have another Batgirl we can't pull up on this API thing because it's the exact same name. And I think the ecomi wiki, I think it's also just the API on like Veve's end. That is, if something's the exact same name, it's not going to get pulled up. So that's unfortunate. Because I'm trying to remember how many mints and all that stuff does the new drop have. Let me pull it up. Give me a sec. I can find it here in like 15 seconds, hopefully. Medium article. So here it is. You guys can see it, right? Okay. Also like super zoomed it in so you guys can see. So we got Batgirl, she's the common. I thought that was 60,000 or 6,000 editions. So 14,000 editions, she's the common. The uncommon has 10,000 editions because her Artist Alley counterpart, I believe, has 9,999, I believe. Let's pull it up. Actually, it's right here. Wonder. Yeah, 9,000. So this one has barely more mints than the original one. So it's interesting. Honestly, it would not surprise me. But it wouldn't surprise me either if this thing settled around 600-700. I mean, people that value the FA are going to want it, and then people that value the aesthetic or the look of like the more realistic version will like that more. Batgirl or Supergirl seems to be enjoying herself. 7,777 mints. And Harley, she is the ultra rare, 4,777, which is interesting just because we have so many Harleys. This is the second Supergirl, third Supergirl. This is the second Wonder Woman, and this is the third Batgirl I think we're getting on the app for the most part, but I don't know. She seems all right. I'm trying to think like which one I like the most. I do like Wonder Woman as well as Supergirl a lot. Harley seems like a bit much, you know. I got many on the drop. Congrats, dude. That's sick. I think I got a Mickey. Brianna, what would be price of the new Wonder Woman in secondary market tomorrow? That's a lot of numbers to crunch. I'll have to really compare it to like the other like cover girls compared to the price of this Wonder Woman. This should show the cover girls. There we go. Interesting. There's not one in that like mint range kind of. There's kind of Catwoman. I don't think she'll go for this cheap. She's not going to go for like 350. Wonder Woman. If I just had to throw numbers out there, just like willy-nilly, just give me a sec. I'll pull it up again. And again, this is me like legitimately just throwing numbers at a dartboard. The mints are a little bit lower, or no, they're a little bit higher than what these were going for. I believe. Like how many Supergirls are there? I think it was 777. Yeah, 77. The only thing that's different is I think the common doesn't have as many, right? Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same amount. It's only off by whatever amount. If I literally just had to throw numbers on a dartboard, I just like wing it. I would say 350 to 400. Because it's Wonder Woman, I say like 650 to 7. Maybe a bit lower, maybe like 6 to 650. Supergirl probably. No, I'd put Wonder Woman like 550 to 600. She'll probably be like 700 to 750, and this one will probably be 8 to 850. I don't know. I'm literally just pulling numbers out of my butt. Like when I usually do like a number analysis, it takes me a bit longer and I crunch more numbers, but I don't want to do that on here right now. Plus I'm a little bit tired. Like we've been streaming for over 3 hours. So, I mean, it's still nothing compared to my 5-hour stream yesterday, but yeah. Press predicting Wonder Woman, Lord of the Realm, debating using an escrow to sell my partner set for 4 million Omi. But I love my Waltz and Mickey so much. Only paid 2.2K for it. Dude, that's an amazing steal. I don't know how much it is in Omi. Maybe see if you can do a thing where you get like half and half or something. Like if that's the only thing you own, maybe you get half in gems, half in Omi. It depends on the person you're trading with. Just sure as hell make sure you have a trusted escrow. That is a lot of money. And to be honest, I given enough time, I do see Walt being I think it will be the crown jewel of the Veve just app in general. There's only 4. They're like Disney's not gonna make more Waltz. I think this is gonna be a one and done a Walt forever. I mean, there's 1,000 Secret Rare Spider-Mans, but there's gonna be tons of Spider-Mans on the Veveverse and Veve in general. But I think there's literally only gonna be one Walt ever. And it's the first appearance of Mickey too, so you got a double FA. And Disney does not take their licensing or just the name of Walt lightly, like at all whatsoever. So that's my take. If you need to liquidate it because you want the Omi, you think it's going to pay out better long term, that's fine. But like if you don't need the fiat, if you don't need the Omi like immediately, I would highly suggest keeping the Walt. Kryptony, nice on those spiders. Good investment at 200. Yeah. Adrian V Comics, greetings. Avengers 48, First Vision, and Daredevil 31. 131 for first bullseye is a great buy. Yeah, when I brought on my collectibles earlier, he's very insightful when it comes to comics, and yeah, he definitely knew his stuff way more than I did. So I'm kind of glad I had him on as a guest. Dude, you got a Walt? You're a rock star. Yeah, that's awesome. Love the Mighties. What Discords do you like for a good crew to stay connected with? Right now I'm just in like the Veve official Discord, and I hang out in the market chat mostly. I am in Veve Visions Discord, but like honestly, I don't really talk much in there. I'm just so busy. Like I can't keep up with like that many Discords and like videos, and I comment on other people's videos. Like I'm just too busy all over the place. Baz Jabbar, dude, thank you so much for the, I believe €2, £2. I don't know which one that is. Hey, thoughts on Robin 76? Yeah, let me check it out. Immediately what comes to mind is the Darwin Cook. They are pretty much like neck and neck when it comes to price, when it comes to like price action, as well as like all-time highs. Like it's pretty crazy how close they are together price wise. So let me see. Let me pull up Robin first. How much do you think the DC girls are going to go for? I already covered that. Road to Victory. I know you probably asked that before I covered that. So Supergirl on the best Supergirl on the shop. I agree. Maybe they'll go for more. Who knows? Like, I think there's going to be a group of people that like the FA just because it has the FA. But there's also going to be another group of people that are like the physical or like the CoverGirl version looks infinitely better. I think that's, you know, there's going to be a group of people that might go for aesthetics and a group of people that might want to go for, you know, that just the mint number, the FA, that like all they care about is the tags, right? Can you check uncommon back roll? Yeah, I can do that in a bit. So Robin has an all-time high of 360, 2 points of resistance on its way down to 310, 333. So it's good. Like, I mean, we can even assume like if it hits 300, I think it's gonna hit 300 just fine. Listings are high, but that's to be expected. Everyone's taking profit at this point. Like everything black and white series is down right now, which is probably why you're asking. It's a good buy. It's also an FA. I actually want to try something really quick. See if this like works. My screen's gonna get like really bright, so I apologize. So let's try this. This is gonna look like really ghetto, but I do not care. Let's see. And then we'll look at Darwin Cook really quick. Like the price action is like almost identical. Let's see if I can do this. Let's look at Darwin Cook. This might be a bit hard. So if we can even like line up those lines, that's kind of crazy. Oh, damn, I can't because the top part is too big. Whatever. I think it's good enough. If we did this. Yeah, I just literally just took a screenshot, like a snipping tool app thing on my computer. Damn, what if I... Kind of wish I did this a bit lower. Yeah, like it's gonna shrink from the bottom instead of the top. Whatever, that doesn't help much. But if we look at these side by side, I mean, both are peaks because we said this peaked at 360, this peaked at 360. But I really like these two peaks before, like these two candles, and then there's just more levels of resistance. Like it's just resistant more on the way down, so you can see that. Like I want to see more peaks, meaning more activity. People are buying in. Side by side, they both, like you see, they look almost identical. They both peak at 360. They're both going down. They're both like 5 gems apart from each other. I don't remember the total listings here. It looks like it says 225. Maybe a bit more, a bit less. I don't know. That's kind of a bad screenshot. But yeah, like me personally, I like the Darwin Cook a bit more than the FA Robin, at least just strictly off the graph alone. I think it's going to recover a bit better because it's Batman versus Robin. Like more people are just going to buy Batman instead of Robin. And on top of that, again, I just like the way that there's just more activity going on here around its peak. Robin just seemed to just shot up and people just kind of left it, and then there's a bit of resistance, but like this went up and then people sold off, and like I just like that there's more activity, even though like obviously people were trying to take profit twice. It happened here too, but it just recovered very well. So and they pretty much keep in step with each other. Like I'm not sure which one's leading who, but in my opinion, if I had to pick between the two, I would pick Darwin Cook, in my opinion. So I think that was kind of cool, or that kind of made sense. I mean, just because they're so identical, like they are very, very, very similar. Uncommon Batgirl, you did ask about that. I hope I can pull that one up. I can't. Like the scooter one, Drizzy, I wish I could, dude. Like, I don't know why, but because it has the exact same name on the app, or at least like in the API thing, it's just like, it won't let me pull it up because it just doesn't know which one to pull up. So I think it just pulls up the F8 version by default. So I wish I could help you out with that. We can at the very least do it on my phone. I don't know what the history looks like. I don't know what the history looks like on the on that, so I can't tell you. But I mean, we can look at the price right now. Come on, work with me. No, I don't want to save. We got it? We got it? Okay, give me a sec. Where is this? There it is. Just making double checking. Let's check out Scooter Batgirl. She's part of the DC Artist Alley. I'm already halfway there, so I'm assuming this one, right? Yeah, the uncommon. I'm trying to. I honestly don't remember where she was at prior. It's hard without like looking at any kind of history. I would still, for 68 gems, I would still honestly rather get either 3 comics. Storm's only like 4 gems more. I don't know about Groot, but again, I don't think it's terrible, but it's probably the least popular of the 4 here. Not just because she's also like kind of curious to see like where Hawk Girl is. Okay, she's sub 3 right now. Did Wonder Woman go up? She was at like 9. She was at low 9s not too long ago, like 2 days ago. Okay, so she went up 130 gems, 120 gems from not too long ago. So I would pass on Hawk Girl. I would pass on Batgirl, to be honest. Just save the gems. If you're asking about buying it, I would save the gems. If you're talking about if you have it, I would probably hold a bit longer. Maybe wait till after the drops. Not entirely sure. Don't sell your wallet, says Weintraub. I didn't want to be that explicit, but that's what I was thinking. You know, like I said, I don't know what financial situation some people are in. Trust me, there's a few times where I thought about like cashing out, but he's selling it for Omi. So, I mean, obviously he's looking for reinvesting more than like, I need money now kind of thing. Like I've been in that position before. Wonder Woman still looks amazing. Yeah, she does. What is this music? All right. Actually, I want to go back. I'm gonna be on for probably like 30 more minutes, roughly. So, as much as I want to stream all night, I do have other things I need to do as well. Let's see. Baz Jabbar, again, thank you so much for the €2. Wally long-term and short-term predictions shares. The heck? Is it Chandler Gilbert? Let me get to that in 1 second. I just want to catch up with chat, see if there's any other questions, but if not, I'll jump into it. I think I have it in me to sell the Watt Hat. Love it too much. Thought Omi could do this. Yeah, I would just hold it, to be honest. Road to Victory, do you think they will announce a big IP next week? Potentially. Maybe not a big IP, but anything's possible. I mean, I would say probably the only guarantee we're getting this month is a Black Panther comic. They teased it, they talked about it, it's Black History Month, like it's gonna happen. Other than that, I have no idea what's gonna happen the rest of this month. Lord of the Realm, been a part of Veve since 5K users in February, holy moly. Only sold maybe 5 collectibles since then. I get way too attached to my collection. I love Veve so much. Even if Walt hit 1 million floor. I mean, that's some life-changing money. I probably would sell it. It depends on where I'm at in my life and, you know, all that other stuff. But yeah, it depends on so many factors. And like, you know, people say one thing, but when you're faced with that much money or that much ability to change your life, like your thought process changes a bit. I have a hard time selling it still. Wish I bought more than 2 Rizzos for retail back then though, right? Realistic prediction on MTL, I have no clue, dude. I don't work for Veve. I don't know. And every time people ask about MTL, they say it's soon. So, but yeah, we'll look at Wally really quick. I think honestly, I think the what's it called? The golden moments in general are going to go up in price pretty significantly. And I think pretty soon, I can definitely see just the golden moments in general going up 20, 30%, maybe 40% in the next couple weeks. The other Disney stuff is consolidating. A lot of that money is going to have to flow over to somewhere else. Either to golden moments, either to Spider-Man's or Black and White series, but it's going to happen sooner or later. So R2-D2, not R2-D2, Wally, I think is still probably definitely one of the sleeper picks for golden moments. It is a very beloved character in like the Disney community. It's Pixar. It's next to the pizza. It was released with the Pizza Planet truck as well. I'm not sure if they're going to release any more like movies or anything related to Wally. I do know Wally, like the movie itself, has like a lot of like Easter eggs in it, which is why I think some Disney watchers enjoy it as well. So yeah, like I really think like Wally should probably be closer to around his highish point, which is like 1800. You know, poor little guy is just getting knocked around or just like not getting the respect it deserves. But a time will come where golden moments are pumping. I mean, some of them are going up right now quite a bit. I mean, Sorcerer's Hat's down quite a bit. Homer and Bart working its way up. I remember when this was like 1800. Skateboard, I think, is working its way up too. You know, Wally is a slow roller, but he will catch up. And a time will come when Pizza Planet Trek and all the other golden moments are going to go up 20, 30%. Now I think Iron Man and Elsa are going to see the biggest pumps. Like I think they will literally double in price. But who knows? Like Wally could go up to 2.2, 2.3K or something like that. I think in the next few weeks, definitely by the end of the month. And again, all speculation, not financial advice, but it just makes sense that based on the price of where the cards are at now, a lot of the price of the Spider-Mans and stuff like that, I think golden moments are going to be one of the next things that people invest in heavily, because the other Disney collectibles have done so well. Like I don't think a lot of people realized how well the cards were going to do, because it's Disney, and I don't think people realize how big golden moments are. Like, I mean, they could be done with golden moments forever, or what they could do is do a golden moment set drop every year. You know, have do a set of Pixar like they did, do a set of Marvel, do a set of Star Wars. You know. Man, I heard you Lord of the Realm. I don't know if you're talking about me or someone else. I bought Batgirl because of the new movie coming out this year. Hoping the price goes up from it. It will eventually. It'll go up. Just hodl. Block Max, is it true that the Mighty Marvels will become a game in the metaverse? You sound like that's like almost an exact copy and paste of what someone said earlier. Potentially. I don't like to just... That's so much speculation. I couldn't even tell you. I mean, we can't even look at our comics in the vault yet, and people are speculating about the Veveverse. Like, you would think that just looking at our comics in the vault would be super easy thing, but yet some people think that we can have the Veve verse, well, you know, before summer or something like that. Like, I just don't see it happening. Like, will it happen? Yes, but if there's a Marvel Mighties game or any kind of gamification, I'm thinking like 2024, 2025 at the soonest. God, what's this bug in my room? All golden moments will moon. They will be blue chips, and yeah, exactly. The golden moments will be some of the most expensive sets. Will probably be one of the like top 5 easily. Most it currently is, but top 5 one of the most expensive sets to exist on Veve, given enough time. Would you rather have C3PO or SR Goofy? C3PO. Goofy's great. C3PO is part of the first initial FA set of Star Wars, and I know it's FA Goofy, but I don't think people should underestimate the Star Wars fandom either. And plus, like, C3PO and R2-D2 are probably the perfect pair. It's the most like neutral, perfect pair to release for like a Star Wars set, like the FA versions, right? At least that's my take. Either is good, but I'd go C3PO. I agree. 3 comic drops next week. That's nice. I lose comic drops incessantly, so I'm not excited, but I mean, I'm happy for everyone else that do win comics. Brandon Jacobs, I have Doctor Doom, Mighty, 182 listed for 1.9k, but I haven't had a buyer. Should I lower it? Dude, I would just hodl. As the other Mighties get better, and as the hype around, what do you call it? The Marvel Mighties, like gamification, as that happens, as much as I'm like, I don't really care. If enough people believe something's gonna happen, like it could happen. I'm just gonna turn this down a little bit. Sounds a bit high, like, or loud, at least to me. Yeah, sorry about that if that was loud. No, but Brandon Jacobs, I would just leave that dude. It's funny, one of my friends just texted me. He's like, I just bought more comics after I heard my collectibles talk about comics. Let's see here. Maybe. I'm gonna pull up Doctor Doom right now on the thing. Yeah, dude, I think Doctor Doom will be the most popular bad guy on the Marvel Mighties side, unless, you know, they do something crazy like Thanos or something crazy. But even then, I think Doctor Doom will do very, very well. So, I mean, the floor isn't that far away. I mean, so this is 11 listings, right? This is all Doctor Doom. And then, so 35. The next 11 listings jumps 5K. So we go from 1.2, so that's probably 1.2, or it's basically 1.3. What's this? 1.3. Okay, so the first page is basically a 100 gem difference. The next page is then a 4K difference, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. Dude, that's a pretty low mint, and honestly, I'd probably put it maybe a bit higher. I don't know, like, I don't know when Marvel Mighties are gonna explode and do well, but like, it seems like people are starting to normalize Marvel Mighties as like legitimate FA. I mean, they are legitimate FAs, but I think people that did hate them initially or didn't like them, they're learning to accept them, because it seems like Marvel's really trying to push more FAs into Marvel Mighties. And if that happens, I mean, Doctor Doom's just gonna get more respect. So I don't know if you're trying to get rid of it sooner rather than later, but to be honest, dude, I would just hold it. If you're like really trying to get rid of it because you want to buy something else, I mean, you could lower the price a bit. You could maybe just advertise it on Twitter and some other places. Just say, hey, I have this for sale, whatever. I don't know how else you could do it. Do it in the feed. I'm not too sure, but honestly, I think that's an amazing NFT to hodl. Baz Jabbar, again, thank you so much. Thoughts on Omi prices, 1 in 5 years, thoughts? I I don't own any Omi, and honestly, that's probably one of the things I look at the least. I would say look at the least, but I couldn't tell you, dude. Honestly, Randy Chavez, Cavell Anderson, he's been saying $10 Omi for a long time, and it's kind of a bit of a meme, but like those guys understand Omi and its price action, all that stuff. You know who's a good person to talk to about that too is Chris. Chris is the guy I had on earlier in the stream. Let me link his channel. I put it up earlier, or at least like wait, do I still have it? Yeah, it's right here. Let me scroll up. Not him. Here. Chris I need to ask him how he actually pronounces it. Versvelt. I don't know, but check him out. He actually knows Omi very well, infinitely better than I could. So that's him up in the. There we go. Top left, up there. I would check him out. He knows a lot about Omi market trading. He's actually probably one of the most well-rounded content creators when it comes to just talking about Veve. Me, I just don't. So I wish I could help you out. I appreciate the €2, but I wish I could like give more value. I just couldn't even put a finger on it, to be quite honest. There's also a ton of catalysts between now and then that it could happen. How much do you think Disney and Friends collectible will sell for? Disney and Friends collectible, Disney and Friends. Like the whole set, or? Let me see. Again, if we're going by like... I said this before, I'm like, it wouldn't surprise me if Goofy hit 4.5K. Donald was around 1,000, and I said Pluto's probably going to be like 1.5. Like all the numbers that they hit were ones I kind of just expected them to hit eventually. I said probably by the end of the week. Mickey, or I put Disney, not Mickey. But they're all gonna go up in price. How much do you think will sell for? I don't know at what time point. Are you talking about like tomorrow or in a month, a year? They're all gonna go up in price. Like regardless, there's just a small retracement because the prices have been pumping so hard for these. Like as much as people just want things to just pump forever, it's just not going to happen. Like you can't just get this kind of increase forever, and it's gone down, it's gone up, gone down, plateaued. People are taking profit down to 790, went back up to 750, back down to 750. So it's like you just can't have those numbers forever. It will go back up to this point. Now that it's kind of hit those points, and it's, I think this is a healthy retracement it's had. It's still not even nowhere near where it was. It usually, when it retraces, on average, it usually retraces about half as high as it was before. So the high was 800 here, let's say, and it was like a 680 down here. So it'll probably settle between like 710, something like that. And be there for a while. Maybe it'll go up, go down, but it will, just the fact that it hit these numbers and held those numbers for basically a full day, day and a half. I do think it'll get back to there eventually. It's just, again, if you're buying these cards for a long-term hodl, like you shouldn't worry about day-to-day volatility or even week-to-week. It doesn't matter at all if you're planning on holding these for longer than a year. Okay, so now that you guys know about Chris, remove that, remove that. But yeah, across the board, dude, they're all going to go up. It's I think the only ones that haven't retraced yet so far is Goofy and Pluto, but maybe they already did it because they did go down a bit earlier the other day. So maybe they have yet to retrace, or maybe maybe they're the very next ones to have it happen. Do you think Donald will flip Pizza Planet, Wally, Bartsky? Unlikely, but it could happen. Not in the near future. Donald's already retracing. I think he might settle back down to a grand, or maybe even like 950 for a while. While the golden moments go up. People that took profits and all that stuff. I mean, there are some people, and I probably could have done it too. I could have consolidated a lot of NFTs, really doubled, tripled, quadrupled down on the cards, go up basically Because some people made 50% profit. Some people bought Mickey at 400, sold it at 8, and they're like, wow, I just made 3-4, I made 2-3-4 grand in profit. What should I put all that profit in? Something else Disney. What's the next biggest Disney thing right now? Either Steamboat Willies or Golden Moments. I'm gonna put my money over there now and hope that those are cheap. I'm gonna buy those. Those are gonna go up in price. Cool. I'm gonna sell those. What's the next cheapest thing? Spider-Man or black and white series Batmans. Cool. And the cycle just continues. That's how you really get good at flipping. So do I think Donald will flip those? If it's going to happen, it's not like anytime soon. To be honest, I think Golden Moments are going to go up in the near future. Is it even considered a blue chip? No. All the what's it called? All the cards are going to be, they're going to do amazing. Blue chip, that's kind of an arbitrary term. It's funny because me and Vivian 3 talked about that yesterday. What does blue chip even mean? What does Grail even mean? Because at least what I've learned from Vivian 3 was blue chip means that's like a safe bet, or like that's something that you're gonna that you're willing to like put a bet on or something like that. I think that's the term in general, or something that you're willing to risk money on because it's a safe bet. The cards are, they're a safe bet. They're very, very safe. Now, will it, be the highest yield and the shortest return? The highest yield with the shortest time span possible? Probably not. There are other NFTs that are better for short-term gains, quick flips, but you have to be ready, or else then you're stuck with it for weeks, if not over a month. Which is why I usually just recommend Disney, Marvel, DC, and occasionally some other stuff outside of that. Donald price prediction. Again, I kind of talked about that a lot. Weintraub, is Hawk Girl worth stacking, or do you think her lack of popularity hurts her too much? I think her lack of popularity just hurts her too much. Weintraub, there's not a lot of shows or movies or media or anything about her, at least to the common public. I'm sure some comic guys can be like, well, she's done this and this and this comic. It's like, okay, well, none of the comics are on Veve right now, and there's no shows or no movies about her yet. So, yeah, I think it just holds her back too much, to be quite honest. Lord of the Realm, don't sell Doctor Doom. It's rumored that he will join the MCU in an upcoming movie. I think so too. I that's what I've heard. I would just hold it. Doctor Doom is, if there's someone that could top off, what's it called, Thanos, I'd say the two leaders are Kang and Doctor Doom. Even though Doctor Doom, they didn't give Doctor Doom enough justice in like the original Fantastic Four movie, but given the right parameters and the right things that happen, Doctor Doom is a galaxy universal threat, given the right circumstances. Daniel Lee, VV Bulls, what's up, dude? I like your name, VV Bulls. Kind of hard to see the logo, but I dig it. Simba? Okay. I'm just going to call you Simba, because I guess that's technically a vowel. Worth stacking the first appearance of Sam Wilson comic. He's going to be this generation's Captain America and the first African American Marvel character. And he's the first African Marvel character. Was he? Wasn't it Black Panther? Or did I mean, there's also Storm 2. I mean, technically X-Men is Marvel, but I guess if you differentiate X-Men and Marvel, or the licensing and brands or whatever, however that works. But why $1 OMI token is inevitable in 4 to 5 years? Possibly sooner compared to what some other people say. Some people think that it might happen within like 2 or even less. But stacking Sam Wilson, I don't even know which one that is. Are you talking about Falcon, like the most recent one? I mean, but that's good just to stack in general. It's super cheap. It's good for master collector points. So, Carson Codiga, how much do you think Mickey will sell for? Mickey, basically, how long should I hold? Which Mickey? Are you talking about the card? If you're talking about the card, I mean, he's already dipping right now. He's going to reconsolidate. Like I said, it wouldn't surprise me if he kind of bottoms out around like 710 and just kind of chills there for a while. So I would just hodl him. Dude, like any of the cards are good to hodl long term. If you want to take short-term profits, you probably would have sold these 24 to 12 hours ago and just take your profits and then like rebuy into these or something like that. But now it's a bit too late. For at least in my personal opinion. You can still sell it now, reinvest in something else. Maybe Mickey goes down to 650. Who knows? Like, he could drop down even more. Not entirely sure. But yeah, so that's my take on it. Just hodl it. Kryptonite, the market will eventually even out the wealth by wins and losses. The Grail collectibles, the only ones that will matter in the near future, will be in the hands of the hodlers, pretty much. By Robin 76, now at 200. Ben S, I covered that one earlier. I think you should. I'm not saying you're wrong for buying FA Robin. Honestly, it's a coin flip between Darwin Cook and FA Robin. We covered both of these not too long ago. We literally put the charts right next to each other. There's just more action going on with Darwin Cook compared to FA Robin. But honestly, it's a coin flip. And if you're trying to compare these two, the difference between them might be 10%. So let's say Robin goes up to 250. Darwin Cook could maybe go up to 275. And like, that's like the biggest difference that could happen. Like 20 gem difference at the end of the day. I know that adds up, especially if you only have 200 gems. But me personally, I would invest in the number 42 Batman, because more people are going to buy Batman than Robin. In my opinion, that's my take. Let's see where like number 71 is, because I know that one got pretty cheap. If he's below like 250, 260, I like this one better than these two. If you can afford like the extra 50, 60 gems, because this one's all-time high, even though it's like really skinny. I do like the multiple hits of like resistance on the way down, and this one peaked at almost 600 compared to 360 like the other two. So I do like this one a lot. So I mean, if you can afford the extra 50 gems, 60 gems, I like the number 71 Batman in general. And this is just looking at raw numbers. Like, I couldn't tell you the difference between, I don't even know who made this one, like artist. Carmine. Infantino. Yeah, so like, I can't tell you who's more popular. Like Jim Lee, Carmine, Jason Fabok, Amanda Call. Like, I don't know these artists. Jay Lee. Like, I don't know who's like more popular and who would do better. But it seems like, at least just in my mind, the way I think about it is just like the different artists are just different entry points, price wise. And this one just has the most high end activity, in my opinion. So Ben S, I hope that helped. Kryptonite, I bought 3 of those 76 FA Robins. I think he will go by 1K by year's end. Potentially. I think all the black and white series ones will do great. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. And you know what? I think Darwin Cook will probably be, again, plus or minus 10% of wherever that FA Robin is. Maybe FA Robin will be a bit higher because it's like a true FA. I mean, it has that tag and the Darwin Cook doesn't, but we'll see. I would probably agree with that sentiment. Maybe short to midterm, Darwin will do better, but I think maybe longer term, Robin would edge it out, but like, I'm not talking by much. What are your thoughts on the upcoming Wonder Woman? It will be the most sought after collectible in that DC collected. I would think so. The real question is, people are asking, is it going to go for more than the FA version Wonder Woman? I don't know. This is going to be the battle of aesthetics versus tags, right? FA tag versus the aesthetic. People wanted the real world, the more real to life version of Wonder Woman rather than like a cartoony one. And that in and of itself could create 2 different communities or 2 camps of thought. Which is great. I don't like it when everyone thinks the same way and all that stuff. I understand there's universal truths of like, FA is important. Okay, we'll understand that. FA is important. FA is also important, but not as important, like, you know, all that stuff. But when we're talking about aesthetics, you know, kind of like what My Collectible was talking about, with comics, it's you know, the first appearance is important, but also it's just aesthetics. If you just like the cover, if you like the artist, like, that's another determining factor whether people buy it or not. So. And it's not like sports, right, or athletes, where the most important thing is the first year, like the rookie card year, right? Like, That's where most of the money goes into, is like the rookie card year, right? But aesthetically, like the way the card looks and everything like that doesn't really matter. But when we're talking about superheroes and different writers and illustrators and like just the way things look aesthetically, people might like that more, especially if there's different iterations generationally. I mean, just look at the Spider-Mans. People are like, no, Tobey Maguire's my Spider-Man. No, I forgot what the middle Spider-Man guy's name, but it's a Tom Holland. Like, even just that, like, even the last 20 years, 3 different Spider-Mans, people talk about which is the best Spider-Man. And I bet you if you put all the Spider-Mans out there, even if they put Tom Holland as the FA Spider-Man, like, people are still going to buy the Tobey Maguire and like the other version, like Spider-Man, just because of appearances. Like, this is the Spider-Man I know. This is the one I grew up with. Who's undervalued at the moment? Marco, anything Spider-Man, anything black and white, Batman related. I kid you not. Like, legitimately anything. Like, everything is so heavily discounted compared to what it was prior. It's mostly focused on your price point, Marco. I really believe that. Thoughts on Ben Reilly, Spider-Man Uncommon? Sorry, Baz Jabbar. I thought you asked that question earlier. Ben Reilly, it's great. I like it a lot. Sorry, I skipped your thing. I thought that was the question you asked earlier, and like, I don't know why, but the top of my chat doesn't notify me on it. It just shows it on screen, but it doesn't show me at the top, like it blinks and stuff. Maybe it does, and I'm just overlooking it. But Ben Reilly, dude, it's great. It's topped out at 1,100. I mean, it's legitimately almost 50% off at this point. Spider-Mans will recover. They'll be the next thing to recover. It could be Golden Moments first, and or Steamboat Willies, but then Spider-Man's will, all 3 of those will be intermixed. It'll be Steamboat Willie, Golden Moments, or Spider-Man. You know, some of those could pump at different times. In my opinion, like, those are the next things to come. And then black and white series Batmans will happen too, but that might take a bit longer. So if you don't have a ton of gems, I would look at the black and white series stuff. If you have like a decent amount of gems, look at Spider-Man. You know, Ben Reilly, look at the common, the uncommon, look at the Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Like, those are all great price points. The thing I like about Ben Reilly is the low mints. You know, if you buy you could buy the uncommon, but that one has a ton of mints. And if you buy the common, I mean, you're having to deal with literally 32,000 other people that also have it. That might undercut you. So I do like Ben Reilly. It's just been in a holding pattern ever since we had that double announcement of Disney and Marvel, right? No. Don't want that one. Let's go back. So that's kind of where it's at right now. Like, honestly, anything Spider-Man. But if you have a lot of gems, anything Steamboat Willie and Golden Moments, I think will do well. I'd probably focus on Wally over like Homer and the skateboard. Anything else I think is good. I don't have anything against Homer and the skateboard. Like, if you buy those, you're not going to lose money. I do think, in my opinion, those are probably some of the least popular ones. Same thing with Avengers logo. Black Panther and Storm is African. Yeah, they're from Wakanda. Oh, first African. Okay, I see what you mean there. All right, they're from there. But can't you? I don't know how that works. How that would actually work, but no, that makes sense. I got you, Simba. Moonvault, the Robin 76 is not the first appearance of Robin, but the first appearance of Batman's son is, yeah, that one. I keep forgetting that one sometimes. But again, it's the FA tag. Like, it's, to some people, that's the most important thing. Zandy, they talked about having a toy tier line with more edition size for mass collecting. So maybe lower quality collectibles. I don't, if you guys get caught during that AMA. How about having a toy tier line with more edition size for mass collecting? So maybe lower quality collectibles. I don't get if you guys caught. I don't remember them talking about that, but I might have to re-listen to it. I don't remember them talking about a toy line thing, but I'll be honest, I was distracted. Like, I was eating food and kind of doing some chores around the house. So I caught most of it, but there were some parts I didn't catch, especially the beginning and like middle part. And like even some of the AMA part where they fielded questions was silly. Yeah. Secret Rare ASM 14 comic, a good long-term hold, only 800 right now. Sure. Did anything, like, I'm trying to remember if that's the right one. I don't know if that's like a high tier one or something like that. I'm sure it is, but just put 14. Should pull it up, hopefully. Which one is this? You said secret rare? Are you looking to buy or are you looking to sell it? Either way, I mean... Oh, this one? Yeah. First appearance of Green Goblin? Yeah, it's great. Yeah, dude, it's at its bottom. If you're looking to buy it, like, why not? It's going down. And it peaked at 1500 at one point. And it has resistance at basically 1100 and then a candle at 1100. So I think its price point is somewhere closer to here. And even if it returns back to that point, I mean, you made what, 300 gem profit, not including the fees and stuff. So, yeah, dude, if like any of the top tier comics in my mind, like yeah, just buy them. If you're thinking about buying it and you want to buy it, like buy it. Too much explaining. It's a FA period. Yeah. John, Rakencino, sorry. Can I see your zombie? Can I see the zombie ultra rare zombie hunter Spider-Man? Thanks for answering my last question. Sure. I like the zombie hunter Spider-Mans. Ultra rare, common, doesn't matter which one. Come on. Oh, it's because I have it in comics. Collectibles. Ultra rare. It's at 1,000. Dude, this thing's been in a holding pattern around 1,000 for like a week. Let's see. Which doesn't mean that's a bad thing. I mean, that means it's holding its value. I mean, this thing peaked at 1,800 at one point. Multiple hits of resistance on the way down. So that means you got a lot of people from, let's say, 1,100 to like 1,150 that are hodling on either side of this giant, candle right here, on either side that bought. And I would hope are willing to hodl and not sell it at a loss. So I think the Spider-Mans are going to recover very well. I really like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man a lot. The only thing is like, yeah, do you want the common instead or do you want the other ones? I still like Zombie Hunter Spider-Man. Any of the Spider-Mans are going to do great. Kryptony, we know people will pay 2,700 for Joe Mad. He's at 1.2 right now. Great entry time. Yeah, let's pull up Joe Mad. I've recommended Joe Mad multiple times in the past if people are in that price range. So right now he's at 1,300. Or, I mean, 1.299. So on the market it shows 1.2. Yeah, I mean, he's legitimately... This all-time high right here, it says previously sold 2,400. It's not necessarily a low mint, but someone bought a 1,280 for that much. But let's say in the middle, 2,300. I mean, this thing is legitimately almost half price. The listings are at an all-time high. People are taking profits, but the listings are going down. Like I said, literally anything black and white right now. Whatever you can afford. There might be some small exceptions like, all right, is this one better to buy or do I buy 2 or 3 of these other black and white ones? Like everything black and white is heavily discounted. I think you'll have to wait for the Disney and Spider-Man stuff to pump first and then figure themselves out. But like black and white Batmans will have their time. Jean, I'm thinking about selling Donald for 1.2 and picking up the ultra rare Zombie Hunter Spider. As a very short-term play, that could work. But as a long-term hodl, I do see Donald potentially outrunning Zombie Hunter Spider. Potentially. I still think I still give the edge towards Zombie Hunter Spider, the ultra rare, but you never know. I think as a very short-term play, if you're experienced, you know how to time it, and you're willing to take the loss or the L, I don't think that's a terrible move. It sucks you have to eat that 8.5% fee, but yeah. That's assuming, of course, basically the Disney cards as well as the golden moments don't rebound at the same time with Steamboat Willie, and then you kind of get left behind with the Spider-Mans, right? We'll see. I do think Donald is going to consolidate, and I do think there's a good chance he could go down to low thousands, if not like 950. It would not surprise me if he did that. So if you feel like you can cash out now and play a short-term flip, I don't think that's a bad move. Oh, good, bro. Yeah, I apologize. I know, like, I'm also a bit tired too, so I'm like a little like, ugh. But I appreciate Baz Jabbar. AK Bash, so what have you been doing with your NFTs and gems? Our plans are going to add more gems. Are you planning on selling something soon? Honestly, I cannot add like more gems. Honestly, I probably should be doing like more like working and like earning more like actual real life money and stuff like during the month and stuff. But I'm really trying to make this like YouTube thing work, do it full time. I really want to help you guys out. I've always lived like pretty frugally, so like I don't need a ton to like live off of and stuff. I have an awesome roommate. We have a good deal going on here at this place. So yeah, I do want to do this like full time. I love this. This is the exact kind of thing I wanted to do. Like I've been wanting to do consulting. I love nerdy shit like this. I love putting on music and helping people out with investments and what to do. Like I love being a consultant more than a salesman and trying to twist people's arms to buy stuff. Like that's just been my thing. And it's not something I realized like until I got into Veve like 3 or 4 months ago. And like as strange as it sounds, like it did change my life. Like it's like shit. Like I've made more money in like 2 or 3 months doing this stuff than I did like working in a whatever job in a year. You know, I got lucky with some drops, but I think I used my smarts to do enough flipping to where I could earn that money, and I want to keep doing that. But again, like all my money is in Veve. And it's not like I'm putting in money constantly, right? I don't know. That's just my story. Like I'm not trying to gain sympathy or garner you know, money from you guys or anything like that. I'm just telling you the story, and like this is where I'm at with what I want to do. So that's why I'm like putting in 3, 4, 5 hour streams and putting out videos and stuff incessantly. So I'm just keeping my grind up, and I want to build an awesome community, and that's why I'm getting other content creators involved, because I want to build a community and get a more well-rounded, and be just more well-rounded knowledge-wise. AK Bash, thanks for the $2. I appreciate that. Like, again, I'm not saying all this to like get donations or anything like that, but like, I just want to let you guys know, because people ask, hey, just like throw more gems in the app, or like, how much OMI you have? I'm like, I don't have much, or like, I don't like, I'm not saying that to like, again, garner sympathy, but that's just the fact. I like trying to be as objective as possible when I need to be. But AK Bash, thank you so much for the game over emote, I guess. I appreciate that. But when it comes to what am I doing? I'll be honest, at some point during the stream, I did sell my Donald Duck. Like kind of what you did at like 1.2-ish. Like I think it was like 11.98 or something like that I sold it for. Because I do think it'll pull back. I already see Mickey pull back, Minnie pull back. Again, this is not financial advice. This is just what I'm doing. I do think it can maybe pull back to low 1000s to 950-ish or something like that. Also, I just needed gems too to play for this next drop. Like I had no gems left over. I might try to do some quick flips on the market with the what's it called? With the cover girls. You know, obviously go for the drop, but maybe someone lists Wonder Woman, or maybe the Wonder Woman floor, because I think we might have a Wonder Woman 2.0 where people list it for like 200, 300 gems, and I'm like, I think this is gonna go for closer to 400 to 500, and just play some quick flips and just be able to buy it low, sell it high an hour or two later, and make some quick couple hundred gems, and then hopefully by that time, or maybe by like late Saturday, early Sunday, even after Sunday's drop, buy Donald again when he's at 950, low 1000, and make some profit. Like who knows? Again, not financial advice. I'm not saying this is gonna happen. This is my gems to risk. And I did not have a double of a Donald. I did have a double of a Minnie, but she's already pulled back, so I didn't want to sell her when she's low. I could still profit regardless, but bit of a risk, but I'm willing to take that. And again, like you can tell, I don't care about master collector points. Like, yeah, I broke the streak of my set or whatever, but I don't care about master collector points. Thoughts on prices for tomorrow market? I already covered that, Lori Brenner. I would say, I think some people really like the look of these new NFTs. So if I just had to really just spitball some like just really generic ballpark prices, I think the new Batgirl could probably go for like 350 because she's the common. Wonder Woman, who has a little bit more mints than the FA version, probably like 650 potentially. Supergirl, I think strangely enough, maybe around the same price as Wonder Woman. Maybe a tiny bit more, maybe a tiny bit less. So like the range is probably between, I know it's a big range, but probably like 600 to 800. And then Harley Quinn, I don't know. There's so many Harley Quinns already. Ultra rare, let's just put her at $1,000. I don't know. Like, if I was to really try and figure out some number crunching for the tomorrow's drop, and again, I could be way off. Like, I usually just pay really close attention to the market, and if it seems obscenely slow, like if Batgirl's at like 150, I'm like, that's even, or like 100 or something like that. I'm like, that's almost the price of like the scooter version. Like, that just doesn't make sense. Like, yeah. BJN 1962. I'm taking a bath on my Becky Batman at 2.5. What's the play with her? Hodl is the only option, right? Sorry, I was like kind of tripping over your phrase or like your sentence there. You bought her at 2.5. I mean, that's not in her peak, right? It's 2. Yeah, dude, just hodl her. Just hodl Becky. Went up to what, 4,500? No, 3,500 at one point. Just hodl. And like you see, the listings are already flying down, so it's. I'm expecting a reversal here at some point with Becky Cloonan. People have actually. Becky Cloonan, I think, is kind of a community favorite because it's like the third best in line, right behind Todd and Rizzo. So she's not like the poor man's version of those, but it's part of the same series, right? Yeah, it's part of the same series with Joe Mad. Yeah, so I like it a lot. So if you bought at 2.5, just wait. It'll go back up here. Don't worry, just wait. It's gonna take some time. I do think Disney and Spider-Man are gonna have to consolidate or like get their pump and then flatten and all that stuff. But yeah, that's Becky will go back up. There's a lot. Look how many people here bought at or above what you did. So you probably bought on the way back down here, like, hey, it's dipping. That was a good price, and you probably saw it where it was here. Like, dude, that's the same price that it was like a week and a half ago, and you bought. That's still fine, and it's still dipping. Like, who cares? Like, that means there's 7. How many days is that? 1, 2, 3. That means there's probably like 10, 12 days of people that bought above what you did that are all hodling right now. So just give it time. I know there's a lot of people that bought before, but just wait. It'll happen. Let's go. Choo choo. What's up? AK Bashy, I love the grind. You're doing great, bro. You're doing great. I'll be you're doing great. I'll be a for life supporter. I really appreciate that. And again, I appreciate the $2. Marco, do you think Doom will be the only to pump from Fantastic Four? Maybe Human Torch. If he gets announced, I think he is the coolest or probably the most popular one of the Fantastic Four. I think comic nerds would like Mr. Fantastic the most. And then people, your average person, let's say, will probably like Human Torch the most. So, and it also depends too on the Fantastic Four announcements to like finish off that Sue Storm set, because they still have to announce those other 3, as well as Doctor Doom. Who knows? They could do a real life version with because it just says Fantastic Four. Yeah, he could be in there too. Really wish I could own all together now. Feel like it's the most undervalued NFT on the app. Will explode when Disney fanatics learn about the app. I agree. I own one. I've hodled it. I honestly thought about selling it a few times, like shortly after I got the drop, but thank God I held it. Right now, it is a steal. It blows my mind that it went down to almost 7K. Mickey, come on, work with me. Yeah, so I'm getting off here and soon. I think I've been saying that for a while. Yeah. 10 minutes. I'm getting off. I think I said 15 minutes like 20 minutes ago, but whatever. Mickery. That's not what I want. Mickey. Cool, cool. All together now. Yeah, 7,400. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Need Supergirl tomorrow? Yeah, she looks great. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not going to I would let Wonder Woman tie me up. Yeah, dude, that rope though. Make you tell all the truths. I don't know, like I like Wonder Woman. I do like the look of Supergirl a lot too. Harley's not bad, but she's a bit cray. Zandy, you need to do a collab with other creators and create a podcast. Only podcast out right now is Comics and Crypto. It's funny you bring that up. I do think something will happen in the near future. We've been talking with those guys. I've been talking with those guys. Actually, Veve 3 is the one that kind of got us, you know, all kind of talking together and collabing together, because I think we all have different backgrounds and knowledge bases and just styles and the way we approach Veve and the way we think about collectors and that kind of stuff. So I could see something like that happening in the near future, to be honest, Zandy. I could see something like that happening in the near future. I think we just need to kind of figure it out. It's hard to get 4 different people in different time zones to all kind of sync up and do it. And, you know, some people have kids and some people got other responsibilities going on. Some of them own businesses. So it's like, you know, I'm just here at home. Like I'm just doing my thing and making content. So they're a little bit more busy than I am. Or got more responsibilities. FA Wonder Woman is superior. That sword. Yeah. Supergirl even has her damn nails painted. Yeah, dude, these are very detailed. It would not surprise me if these go for a pretty good amount of gems. Yes, I did exactly as you described. Exactly. Appreciate your views and insight. BJN. What was it? Back. Yeah, just hodl, dude. Just hodl. Me and you think alike, or at least I think you did what I thought you did. Just wait, dude. I bought Jim Lee Joker at like 1,700. I bought 2. I bought one at 17, then it went down further, and I bought it at like 1,450. And I'm like, there's no way it can just like keep going lower. And here it is. So like, dude, I'm sitting on Jim Lee Joker at 1,800, and right now Jim Lee's at like 1,400. I know it's not as much as yours, but like I'm right there with you. I'm just holding it until it goes back up, because it will. J-Man, where do you see you are making in 6 months? 20K. I couldn't tell you. It doubles, triples. Maybe it hardly moves. Maybe it goes to only 12K. I couldn't tell you. There's so many catalysts and things that could stop it from doing it as well. J-Man. It's just going to be up. It's just going to be more. Executive speak. I like Supergirl the best out of tomorrow's drop. FA seemed a little too serious. Season 1 was way too cartoony. I'll always value the FA more, but as a collectible, I like the Supergirl best. When the market dips, when the dip keeps dipping, yeah. It's like, oh, buy the dip. You know, all those memes that you see in stocks and stuff, you know, especially around like AMC, GameStop, they're like, buy the dip. And it's like, all right, I can only buy, 6 or 7 dips. I didn't know there was going to be 15 to 20 dips. It's like dip and dip and dip and dip. Like, so yeah. I'm going to take off here in like 2 or 3 minutes. If you guys have any burning questions, I got other stuff I got to do as well. But again, I want to thank, they're long gone by now. But I do want to thank these 2 gentlemen. I'll go and put their things up on screen again. Both of these guys were on my stream earlier. So Chris, I'm just going to call him Chris V. He's a old school Veve YouTuber. He's been doing this for a while now. And he's probably the most well-rounded knowledge person I can think of off the top of my head when it comes to Veve. I'm sure there's some others, but like he's very personable. He does his like late night streams, sniping on the market. He kind of does something similar to what I do, but he mostly focuses on short-term flipping, sniping, which I could do too. But I would love to pick his brain and hang out in his stream one day, and maybe we can like do a double market snipe stream thing at the same time. I think that'd be a lot of fun. And then in the bottom left, we have My Collectibles. Really awesome guy, lives up in Canada. He does everything on like his like iPad thing. Like he has a perfect setup and it just works. I just love his setup. And he knows quite a bit about comics, but also collectibles. So, you know how you guys ask me questions like, what should I get for 600 gems? Like, I know nothing about the comic side. Like, he would be able to help you out with that. Like, what's a good comic and a collectible? I'm just mostly collectibles. So, I really picked my collectibles brain a lot today about comics and stuff. So, and it's just the first day, for the most part. So today I was just letting him talk because I was just absorbing all the information as much as I could. So I know it wasn't our usual stream, and occasionally I will have people kind of pop up when I can. And it was kind of impromptu too. I just invited them and say, hey, if you guys want to jump on, let me know. And then literally a few minutes later, they're like, yeah, sure, we'll jump on. I'm like, oh, cool. So it just kind of worked out. DZ, hey man, would you say common FA Spider-Man and Ben Reilly uncommon, or rare FA Spider-Man? Medium long-term hold, 6 months to 2 years. I would say, are they really that different? Like, could you really afford a common and an uncommon Reilly? I'm just gonna type in Spider-Man here. So 600. What's that put you at? 1500? Holy crap. Yeah, that does put you around the same price range. My gut instinct was to say Ben Reilly and the common. Jump into action, I think, has a higher end potentially, but the fact you can always liquidate one and do different stuff with it. The thing I like about the common is, like, it's on the loading screen. Everyone wants to buy this one. Ben Reilly is similar, very low mint. I like the aesthetic of it. I like his stances. I like the acrobatic stances of the Ben Reillys over like the normal Spider-Man. So I know that he has the classic stances here, but I just like the look of all these. So if I had to pick just for ease of flipping, and I'm talking to, like, if you had to get rid of it 6 months from now, like, you can't go wrong with either one. I think the main thing that's helping out this Spider-Man, like the rare, quite a bit, is that it is identical to the secret rare. It's just not animated right. So it does have that going for it. So I mean, this peaked at 2,300, 2,400. Total listings, all-time high, pretty much. I don't look back here. And then multiple levels of resistance here. I think the common has gone up to like 1,400, and then Ben Reilly kind of the same. I'd probably say Ben Reilly and the common. I would probably do that personally. That's just me. Yeah, that's my take. I would say both of those. I'm gonna double time it because I do want to get out of here eventually. Execu speak. I like Supergirl is the best out of tomorrow's drop. FAC. Okay, I already read that. Sorry, my bad. Wait, was that just a question I just like read way later? Maybe not. Great stream. Love your TA and your willingness just to hang out with us for hours at a time. Yeah, dude. I really like streaming, and there's times where I'm like, I don't feel like making a video. I'd rather just stream because the content comes to me. You guys ask me stuff, I look it up, I chit chat, and that's way easier than like trying to use up a lot of brain power to come up with topics and a script and all that stuff. Even then, I usually wing it, but and video editing, like, that's such the boring part. Like, I like the community aspect like this over making videos. Like, I still like enjoy making videos, and I probably should make more. To be honest, for ad revenue, just in general, as well as just some ideas I just need to put into a video format. Things like I'm going to be making a video about terms you should know if you're on Veve. You know, FA, FE, drop. Like, what does the term drop mean? What is, you know, people are like, what do you mean by drop? Like, I remember getting my friends and they're like, what does drop mean? You know, what does staking mean? What does this mean? Like, all these terms that you just assume people know, but they just don't, right? So, AK Bash, should I get Mighty Steve Rogers? Ultra Rare versus Green Goblin? DeLorean Ultra Rare versus Green Goblin long term. Probably Green Goblin. Like, DeLorean heavily relies on the Viviverse utility to work. personally, as of right now, I'd say Green Goblin. Should I get Mighty Steve Rogers? I mean, it's one of the better ones. I think it's probably the best Captain America to get in that, like, Mighty's version. Steve Rogers. Come on, work with me. It's getting laggy. Let's see. Pretty good. Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's the FA, it's like the FA Captain America, right? So I dig it. I think it's a pretty good point to get into. I'm trying to think of like something else you could potentially buy. Like maybe the Spider-Man? Spider-Man, isn't Spider-Man like the same price? Maybe I'll go with the Spider-Man. Nah, that's much higher. Ghost Spider? Hard to say. If I would like pick that over like Ghost Spider. I think you could go with either one. Maybe slight edge to Steve Rogers over Ghost Spider. His Grouper Grail series is awesome. Yeah, it really is. Mark, streams are better for sure. I agree. Initial K, would you sell a uncommon Steamboat Willie to invest in other items? If so, what items would you buy instead? Glossary of terms, great idea. I thought so too, Fred. Just probably the most common terms that we use and people just kind of like take for granted, right? Or that they just assume new people know. I'll probably release that one soon. I just need to make sure I get all the terms. Maybe I'll do a community post and be like, hey, I'm going to do a video on VV terms. Which one should I cover? And make them more about VV, less about OMI. Like even the term staking, I think that should be a term that is briefly explained, but I don't want to dig too much into like what OMI is. It's about VV and less about OMI and all that kind of stuff. Maybe I'll put out a community post tonight so I can kind of figure it out tomorrow and I can go from there. So, but uncommon Steamboat Willie, right now I wouldn't sell it. It's just way too cheap. And the things like that were worthwhile buying, like I would have picked up probably some of the cards, but this was like 2 days ago. Yeah, at 1,000, I mean, it's still holding its value pretty strong, but if you asked me like a day and a half, 2 days ago, I'd have been like, actually selling this for 2 of the cards. This is back when like Mickey and Minnie and Daisy were like around 550, 450, 600-ish. I'd have been like, that's actually not a bad trade, but right now I think it's a bit too late. Just hodl this, it'll do well. What in your opinion? What's your opinion on Spider-Man 29? Great buy right now. Where is it right now? This will be my last question, guys. I paused the music just because it's not bad. I could definitely see Spider-Man 2099 going a bit lower. I did buy this at 2.3K. And right now it's kind of consolidating at this point. So again, any kind of announcement of gamification or anything like that, this will just explode. I do think Spider-Man 2099 will be in the next movie. I think with like Miles Morales and all that stuff. Not entirely sure, but to be honest, I do think there are some better buys out there than this right now. I would personally wait for like Donald to start retracing a bit. Like you could go down to like 1,000 and like buy 2 Donalds and a Mickey and then like you're set. Like I think that will be more profitable than Spider-Man 29, like in the short to like medium term. What cards do you recommend? I have one Mickey, 3 Minis, 2 Donald. Would you sell one of those to get a Pluto? Mickey Mini retrace pretty hard. Is Donald still at like a decent price right now? Let me see. Because I'll be honest, I sold Donald a few hours ago for like 1,200. Yeah, Donald's already going down to about 1,000. I would just hodl them. If you were gonna sell Donald, I mean, if you did it a few hours ago, that would have been ideal. I mean, you could still sell Donald for something else, but again, I would just. It's okay to not have a Pluto, dude. Like I think gem for gem, whatever you bought Donald for, like gem for gem, like so far Donald has been like the best card, in the thing. And even if you did get Pluto, you're not completing the set and. Yeah, they're just just hold what you have. I don't think you need to eat an 8.5% fee to buy something else. And I would just leave it, dude, unless you're really trying to like complete the set or like try and push for something. So, but yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I really appreciate you guys stopping by, all the donations and listening to me and being nice around the hosts and stuff. I appreciate you guys not trolling me like, why are you guys doing this and not doing market coverage, and being patient with me and my guests and stuff. So I appreciate that, guys. So that's it. Be safe and good luck on these drops tomorrow. I'll probably do a live stream tomorrow. I'll probably do a video in the next couple of days too about VB terms as well. So could use you guys' help on that. Yeah, take care. Let's catch you.